Greetings, 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 nerd herd. How are you? Oh my ponytail's a little high. Hi, nerd herd. How are you, my loves? Thank you for coming here and being with us. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you chose to be here with us, and we love you for it. We are so eternally grateful. Oh my. Well, don't we have a lot to talk about today? Shout out to K-Lig in the chat. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to our people in the nosebleeds. Shout out to our people in the bushes. Shout out to our people luxuriating from the comfort of their couch. Shout out to the well, guys, we have a guest. Come in, come in. We absolutely have a guest. Let me send him the lot. Guys, share it with your friends. Like, we have a guest. First hand account. Where's my fan? Where them fans at? Child, I had to get my where them fans at fan because, baby. Let me send this. You see how hard your girl is working? Your girl is working ever so hard for you. I just want you guys to know that. Tell a friend. Be sure to like when you come in. Let's do some housekeeping business. You know, when you get here, guys, what do? Take off your shoes at the door. Leave them by the door. Grab a pair of fuzzy socks out of the basket and jump on the couch, put your feet up, stay a while. We got some business to attend to. You see the, and let me just say, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities of darkness, the rulers of iniquity and evil in this world, and the rulers of spiritual wickedness in high places. If you are not of God and a pure heart and a truth teller, this ain't for you. You don't belong here. And let me tell anyone who has a problem with me speaking truth to power and me speaking facts and calling out people who are not of God, but claiming to be and not doing about their father's business, don't prolong your stay here. Kick rocks, scram, skedaddle, and all that other good stuff. Boy, do I got a story for you. We're not going to play games. We're not going to play any games, okay? I am here for 100%. So those of you who are in other platforms, listen, I don't own you. You guys have free will and autonomy. You can go wherever you want. But what you're not going to be is double-minded. Always understand that I see and hear not just all by myself and my own, but I'm about my father's business. So he shows me things too and leads me to where you are. I see the double-mindedness. I see your little comments on other platforms. Don't come here and play in my face. That is what I will tell you. Stand on the very business that the hill that you chose to unalive on. Stand on that. Okay? We're not going to play a game. And those of you who think that you're going to come to my chat and be disrespectful and threaten to strike my channel and take it down. Oh, baby, try your best. Come me screenshot every one of them threat and all your comments. I screenshot them and I am giving them to my YouTube rep. So try your best. Okay. I'm talking channels and everything. I went down the whole rabbit hole. I screenshot your whole channel. I know when you started. All of y'all that started in March 2025 and June 2025, and even the ones that started before. But you got so much to say on mine, and the only comments you've ever made online are on my things. Oh, baby, YouTube. It's like an iPhone, baby. The digital world tells you everything. So now that we've gotten that out of the way, let me give a roll call to my faithful, trusty nerd herd that I love so much and loves me back in return. And to y'all looking assholes, excuse my French. Shout out to K-Lig, the dopest mod. Matter of fact, no, I got to give her a home fresh thing. She's the dopest substitute teacher in the land. And baby, I'm doing some things. Everybody throw some love in the chat for K-Lig. Y'all go find that Panamanian flag and load the chat up with that Panamanian flag. We here on my father's business. Let's get to it. Shout out to Keisha. Shout out to Lavelle. One moment. Shout out to Lavelle Lewis. Shout out to K-Lig, of course. Shout out to Margie Smith, Fluffy, Beiji Boo. Sarah, both Sarahs, Mocha B, Lisa Bruno, Patrice Walker, Keisha DeBose. If you ain't got no Keisha in the house, baby, you ain't got a party. Okay? Shoo Shoo. I'm trying to make sure I don't duplicate names. Angel, Foxy Nyla, Barbara J, Mike, Temper, Dragon Queen Z. Hey, boo. And everyone in the nosebleeds, in the chat, luxuriating from the comfort of your bed, your couch, wherever you may be, at work, listening on the earbuds, but you're tuned in. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you chose to be here with us. And we appreciate you thoroughly. You guys jump in the chat. Be sure to like when you come in. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Come on, some of y'all monitoring spirits, go on and subscribe so you can put your notifications to all. So whenever I go live, you could come and look so you could go run tell that. And all of you faithful Nerd Herd family members who are here, just go ahead and hit the live, hit the subscribe. It's easy to do. It is free 99. Free 99. It's a beautiful way of supporting the channel and letting us know. And if you're so inclined, by all means, hit the membership link. We got a lot of things in store for you guys. Trust and believe. But we got somebody today who is going to come in and give y'all that good tea, sweet tea, lemonade, all that good stuff. They're going to come give it to you today. They're coming in shortly. In fact, they just text me and said they're going to drop in now. And by all means, please do so. We would love to have you here because, see, here, when you're about your father's business, he tells you. It's not about, oh, you're trying to bully someone, because everybody knows I'm not a bully. I don't got time for that. And first to begin, I've been fighting the devil for 25 years. So why would I need to encamp people and be a bully? The Panama flag is it me or is that looking dark? Y'all look for the Panama flag and drop the Panama flag in here. You understand what I'm saying? We don't need to. I've been fighting the devil for 25 years. I don't need to go and find foolish little things to add to my plate to fight. I'm not a fighter. I'm a lover, not a fighter. Okay? But if you come in here and think that you're going to play with me, my father's business, when I'm coming here to speak truth to power and call out things that are not the way they should be, you have a problem on your hands. Now, here's the deal. I know reality lies in perception. And if you perceive yourself to be the main character of every story, then when you walk into a situation, you will also perceive yourself to be the main character of that story. And thus, how you perceive the situation will be vastly different than how others perceive. That notwithstanding, some people say it's your side, my side, and the truth. However you want to term it. But let's look at another perspective. We're not talking about all those little minute things. We are talking about what is good and righteous. We're talking about presenting yourself to the world as a child of God and then taking some women who had a discussion with you in the line and putting their face publicly and bullying them amongst your large following and then turning their images into demons, 2 different set of demonic pictures, and posting that on the internet and telling how you were attacked and it's going to take you months to survive and all this stuff. Listen, and this whole, oh, we're not speaking with an accent, a black accent. We are speaking Southern. Excuse me. Hello. Black people don't only live in the South. Black people live everywhere. The Southern accent and the black accent are not mutually exclusive. But then if you're outside the culture, you don't have the right to tell us what's a black accent and what is Southern. Okay? Because here's the deal. Black people live everywhere. And all the stuff, chow, boo, that you're doing exists everywhere, in every region, okay? In the entire diaspora, in the entire world. So you're going to say when a chick in Gambia goes, okay, boo, true, that she's doing a Southern accent from Louisiana? No. She's doing AAVE, African American Vernacular English, aka a black accent. You ain't from Gambia. neither Tanzania, neither Ghana, neither Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, or any of those other regions where Black people dwell and they do all of this. That ain't Louisiana, okay? And if you're really doing Louisiana, where is your baby, share, child? Where's all that? Because that's what y'all do. I got friends from Louisiana. I don't see you doing none of that. And then, you know how the young people say, it ain't giving what it's supposed to give? You know how Black women grab the air and pull it back? And you doing all that? That ain't Louisiana, boo. That's Black. Also, you know how the young people say, it ain't giving what it's supposed to give? Well, your little first-hand account from your boo ain't giving what it's supposed to give, baby. It's giving very CIA backdrop staged, little set, somebody created the American flag in the background. All you ain't have to do all that. See, you went too far. You're going too far now. They lied, teacher. It's giving theatrical performance. What you don't understand is you are digging your hole deeper. But that's what people who have confirmation bias and are racist and are not aware of it because they've made themselves the main character of every story don't get. They dig their hole deeper. They get that shovel out and they be like, well, God, I'm just going to dig this whole shovel. Your video ain't giving what it's supposed to give, boo. It is, honey, it is giving Wag the Dog. Those who haven't seen that movie, look it up. Please stop while you're ahead. Repent, I say. Repent, admit your wrongdoing, and move on. And if your ego is so intact that you can't repent, then by all means, just simply move on. Because, baby, this whole grift, you know what a grifter is? Look up what a grifter is. This grift, I know the gravy train is over, the chuck wagon has sailed, and y'all ain't got no shekels and coins coming down. But baby, if you think this looks like what you think it looks like, you're wrong. But that's what happens when people are the main character of their own syndrome. You can't be the main character and the director. You notice how blockbuster movies, they have a director, a producer, they have actors, they have, production assistants, they had the key grip and the sound guy and all that. You cannot be the director and the main character at the same time. You lose a point of reference and view. See, you the director and the main character. And when your only witness is your life partner, who has, by no disrespect, and I mean no disrespect at all, excuse me, K-Leg, please drop that disclaimer in the chat real quick for me, my love. Let me share this. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Mocha B. Tyler Perry disagrees, but he also got issues that need tissues over there too. Like them bad wigs. Although I will say the hair pieces have gotten better. And that came from a substantial internet dragging. Well, our special guest is here. Nerd Herd, guys, you guys are such an amazing family. And you know me, I'm all about truth. I would like to welcome our esteemed guest here. You know me, I'm about truth. I'm about speaking truth to power, calling out where wickedness stands, and being about my Father's business. And here is some, and I told y'all, it doesn't have anything to do with what side of the spectrum you fall on. I noticed they kept highlighting Diddy supporters. Everybody knows I'm not a Diddy supporter. I don't care what your thoughts are on that. You're entitled to it. What I stand for is truth. And so I bring to you someone who has who was a firsthand witness and is going to give you a firsthand unbiased account. Listen closely. Coming to the stage, Secret Service Sam. Welcome, Secret Service Sam. How are you?
I like how you say coming to the stage. I'm a comedian. That's how they do it.
That's right. How are you doing today?
Thank you so much for having me on. I was going to ask you real quick. I usually can share the StreamYard link to my page.
You should be able to. You want me to drop it in?
I see it in the top. Usually it's there in like that top right corner. I just don't see it, but I didn't know if maybe.
I know. I usually see that too, but sometimes because it says for your person to share it to you know, I'm not the most technical. I'm
I
in
know. I tried
I'm
it.
in the ARP generation.
Yeah, I'm new to StreamYard, but it's funny. It's usually right there in the top right.
I know because I've seen it before.
Yeah,
Let me
I don't
see.
know what I did. I don't want to like stop up your
No, you're fine.
the show
And
at all.
you're welcome to take the video and put it on your channel also. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, no problem. I just love how you with StreamYard you can do it like right
in the same time.
Right to your page.
Let me look in the settings.
Is it maybe something you have to allow or something?
I might have to. Let's see. Let me see. Guess.
Okay. In the meantime,
yeah. Here it is. Here it is. I found the box.
It just popped up. Thank you so much.
There you go. Thank you for saying it. Thank you for saying
it.
No
problem. I just I love you know, sharing this. That's one feature I love about StreamYard is like we're able to share it to both of our pages. So your following is bigger than mine, and then I'm able to introducing me to your followers. I am the same. You know, it doesn't hurt anybody, you know.
And you guys go like Secret Service Sam's YouTube page. He's trying to grow on YouTube. He has a massive following on other
on TikTok is my main following.
Well, he has his main following is I like to highlight people who come into the chat and try to be shady. They want to be shady in the chat and run. Jackie C says, "This guy's your credible witness." Yes, Jackie, because he was physically there. Were you?
Yeah.
So get this if you are not pleased with what's here.
Isn't it amazing? And I guess this is how it would be like in real life if you know, you have to prove yourself. If you're at a cocktail party and like, hey guys, here's my friend Sam, or he was there, and somebody like, who is this man? You know what I mean? So I always understand people sometimes the way I look might trigger people to think I'm somebody you know, in their mind, or, you know, we all have stereotypes in our mind. So when we see somebody, we say, oh, that guy must have done this. And, you know, so I like to let people see me. Like you said, I operate in honesty. And anytime I'm a comedian, so we have to operate in honesty. And I've learned as a comedian journalist, whenever I've made a mistake, I quickly correct that. I apologize. I say, guys, I was wrong about that. Here's the update of this report. And some people can take that and still call you a liar, or they can say, hey, I respect that, because when he was wrong, he admitted he was wrong, addressed it. And then, you know, that's what adults should do, I believe. So.
There you go. That's what's called being grown. And also the people who do that, just what you said, that kind of, who's this guy? That's confirmation bias. That means they have made up in their mind, even though they don't have firsthand account, they have made up in their mind what the narrative is. And listen, I'm a survivor of Diddy and I'm a victim of that. I gave a firsthand account. I was shot right in the bridge of my nose between my eyes, and I watched this man shoot me, and people still like, wow. Like, come on.
And was that the club night when Shine was there? That's the famous. Yeah. I mean, I have to be honest. I have a very, you know, this case is hard because I think like a lot of us, we don't know Diddy. We just, it's this folklore. So it's easy for us. Like if I don't like Kim Kardashian, it's very easy for me to talk about her and say things I don't really care about the Kardashians, I call them. But if I knew them personally and if I knew their family, it starts to change. You know, like some people are like, you know, they'll say whatever they want behind the keyboard. But when you actually get face to face with somebody, you know, like when I'm standing in the elevator with Mrs. Combs, Justin, Quincy, Christian, Charlucci, I'm faced with like, God, what do they think about me and my coverage of this trial? And, you know, when I'm in the elevator, I said to them, I said, look, I really feel for you guys. And I respect the way that you're handling this, because every day, you know, Miss Combs, I say, you know, she's like almost 80 years old with all these people all around her. And I can only think of my mother who's celebrating her 80th birthday this week. And just, you know, like, you know, put some real emotions into this. She's a real person.
Just being human about it, understanding that human beings have their feelings about their families, whatever they're enduring. And here's the thing. It's what I tell people. I don't care where what side of the spectrum somebody falls on as far as what they believe about this person that's on. I can speak about my lived experience. You know, I like to remind people, everybody else attached to this, what they call, I call him Puffy because that's who he was when he shot me. But everybody attached to this Puffy or Diddy case is here of their own volition, their own free will. I don't care if you're a spectator, conscientious observer, reporter, content creator, you worked for him, you were in an intimate partner relationship with him, you were in a freak off. You came of your own free will. You had an option to leave. I'm the only innocent person here because I came against my will. Had he not shot me, I wouldn't have nothing to do with him.
Right.
I'm the only person against my will in this scenario. And
what's amazing is that you survived. I've never heard of anybody.
God, listen, look at my face. 55 years old. 55.
I can't even see anything, honestly. You know what I mean? It looks.
You know what that is? That's the power of God. I still have 9 bullet fragments in my face. 9 bullet fragments in my face and head. And I mean, I've talked about it. My people here know, but a litany of medical issues, traumatic brain injury, seizures, PTSD, swelling of the brain, severe migraines, a litany of things, things. Look, I have a tooth missing right here because years later, the bullet fragment that's over here started to lean on the nerves in my tooth, and my face swelled up, and my son rushed me to the hospital, and they said, there's a piece of metal on your nerve. They had to go in and do a pulpectomy. And when they did the pulpectomy, it made the tooth hollow. Even when they filled it, the tooth, I stayed in silence for quite a few years because I was ashamed, until one of my friends was like, you know how many people got a tooth missing? Go speak and help people that need that. I'm not even ashamed anymore. I have a piece that goes there. I put it in when I feel like it.
Right.
I'm not even ashamed. So this is the thing that keeps going.
Yeah. And I think that's the hardest thing too, for people to understand. Like, some people are saying, oh, Sam, you're pro Diddy. And I think they misinterpreted that I was just in the courtroom giving you the truth of how his legal
case that was presented.
You know, and it's not fair. And hearing your story like this, it's a good reminder how people are like, you know, some people thought they were celebrating Diddy or celebrating the verdict, and how this is kind of a hit to victims. But what I've been explaining is it's really, you know, there's disappointment for me in the government for bringing this case, for making it this huge worldwide distraction, that this was not the case. It should have been all the civil lawsuits, the stories like you've had, you know, and I'm, like I said, I'm reminded because I've gotten close with a lot of people in Diddy's camp and everything, but it's a good reminder to remember that it's not somebody I ever want to be a friend with. Exactly. It's not somebody I feel like, it's not somebody I could trust. You know, I always say, once you've been down a road with somebody and they've betrayed your trust, and we know we've all had a friend do that. Well, I'd be a fool to go down that road again, because I know where it ends.
That's right.
You know, I'm gonna get the same result. And so I want to be very clear with this whole situation. I'm a comedian. You know, I started off just, you know, making fun of all the folklore and all the stuff that was coming out. But once I got into the courtroom, I realized, I was like, wow, this, you know, and I come from a family of lawyers. So
and counter narrative to, you know, your observations from the courtroom. I more blame I don't blame the government as much as I do the quote unquote jury of his peers, because I warned the government. I spoke to the feds twice before the case. I warned them. He is very charismatic. See, I lived through this before with him. I had a trial. I was the star witness 2001. Wow. I watched him give his little charisma and all this to the jury. You could tell the people that were paid off. You could tell, you know, and there's a podcast I want you to watch. Have you ever heard of the Proffer podcast? So when you get a chance, pull up the Proffer podcast, the 2 lead detectives from my case, the 1999 shooting case, Artie Cadigan and Joe Sweeney.
I have to say, though, I'm not being in that room. I don't blame the jury, because Diddy's lawyers are so good that, you know, because I viewed myself as a juror. You know what I mean? I'm in the same room. I'm hearing the same testimony. And it's interesting because, for example, Brianna Bangladesh, the woman who was dangled over the balcony, it's like, I totally believed her. I was like, this is crazy. Hung this woman over a 17th 17th floor balcony. And then when it comes back around to the cross examination, and Miss Westmoreland is saying, well, what about when you said he squeezed your breast so hard that he left bruises? That turned out to be a lie. She admitted to that on the stand, that was a lie. And her attorney, Tyrone, I don't think it was Tyrone Blackburn, the dude who's all into stuff, but his name was Tyrone also. He left that lie in in the lawsuit against Diddy. Then when she got a new lawyer, that new lawyer kept that lie in the lawsuit. And so Miss Westmoreland is like, why would you keep that in there? Let me just real quick. And then the other part was when she had the picture, September 26th, she took a picture of, it was like a softball sized wound from when she was thrown against the furniture after allegedly being taken down from the balcony. Mm-hmm. Well, Miss Westmoreland says Diddy was doing a concert in New York on September 26th. So she goes, how can one person be at two places at one time? And
let me explain that how.
Let me
explain to you how.
No, and I'm just and that's mm-hmm. what I'll finish with. So from the layman's, the jury, me, I'm like,
but let me tell you how. They are paid millions of dollars to create reasonable doubt.
Sure.
He was in New York.
That's what I mean. These lawyers are so good.
So think about this. He has a private plane.
Mm-hmm.
He was this happened in Cali.
That's a very good point. I never thought about. He could have been there in the same day.
With 3 hours difference. He could have been.
But you know what? That's such a great point you just made, because I was there the entire time. I never thought once about he had a private jet. So of course, see, we're thinking
because you guys are thinking from a layman's perspective, and I've come from being in a courtroom with him before and watching how masterful his attorneys are. Creating reasonable doubt doesn't mean the truth. It just means I know how to spin and weave a narrative to throw a softball in your thing. Who I blame is
that's what I wanted to point out.
The witnesses, everybody who testified, I blame their attorneys for improperly prepping their clients, because this is not their territory. So someone who is more skilled can come in here and finesse you and flip you up. If I was in the courtroom, I would have seen that curveball coming. If I was the attorney, I would have redirected and said, excuse me, man, do you know what the difference of hours between time zones is for California and New York? Do you own a private jet?
Right.
Do you know that owns a private jet?
None of that was said. And so that's like to my point, and you really I'm processing this now, the layman. And so like when I say I don't blame the jury, I don't blame them, because that's what I was thinking too. Okay. Yeah. How could he be in two places at one time? Well, if she would have said he has a private jet that gets him from New York to LA in 2 hours to hang somebody, then you would have been like, oh, so.
And this is why I said to the feds, I said, you guys, and Mark Garrigo said a very audacious comment. He said a 6-pack of white girls. What he meant from that, you're from New York, right? Don't you live in New York?
No, I'm from St. Louis originally, but I've been in LA for 20 years.
But when he said the 6-pack of white girls,
what is that? What's a 6-pack of white girl? It sounds like
what he was saying about the prosecution. What he was inferring was these are 6 white girls that are not of the culture, have not been associated with the culture, and are young. They're not even old enough to know the litany of things that Puffy has done. They're not old enough. And so you come with your own confirmation bias of, we got this, girls, we're going to do this. So many things were said within the confines of the trial that slip right past the prosecution because they don't know. You have to have somebody who is of the culture that can say, let me point that out.
The government did not have one black person, period. And I think that's what it comes down to. Yeah, Diddy was paying $10 million a piece. I mean, anytime you'd see one of them, whether it was Xavier Donaldson or Mark Agnifilo, Brian Steele, even Jason Driscoll, the young kid, like 32. Every time that dude, he'd be like, well, I'm citing Section 2.3's film. The Supreme Court says, and everybody, the whole place goes quiet. And I would say it's like sticking a stick in the spokes of justice. And everybody's like, Diddy's, people have to understand how much better Diddy's lawyers were than the government.
And so that notwithstanding, I can definitely see that.
Yeah,
so
and that's what it is. Yeah.
And look at it from this perspective. Alter your perspective of how you view it. It is the difference between going to a government agency to facilitate services that you need and going to a private industry. Private industry is always going to get it better because they look for the people on the cutting edge of that industry. They're going to have the people who, whether it's a young person, but there's some sort of, they could be on the spectrum and they're so hyper focused at certain things. Like you said, the young guy, he's able to catch every little thing, and he's like Rain Man, and he knows all. That's how I am. I'm
Rain Man.
I always say I have a prison.
I mean, they had one attorney. I never saw him. I only saw him this one day when he was going after the witness, Hughes, Dr. Hughes, who was she does expert testimony. And man, he went after, and I was like, I'd never seen him, but just to give people an idea, it's like a Swiss Army knife of lawyers. Like Diddy would bring in the guy who is the #1 person in the world at destroying expert witnesses and made everybody believe she was just there for money. She gets paid $6,000 every time she gets in there. Isn't it true that you teach other people how to lie? And he's like, what? Like going in on
used to that. I'll tell you something specific. Let me hold on. My disclaimer's in here. The views expressed by the dopest nerd are protected by the First Amendment of the United States Constitution.
Amen. As long as we still have one.
There you go. There you go. And
also, I did not vote for Trump. So just
listen. I think our people pretty much know who you are, Sam. Like they know who you are. They've seen your footage. They've seen everything going on inside and outside of the courthouse. Think of it from this perspective. People that are like, oh, Diddy's a winner. He won. He beat the government. Everybody here is not pro Diddy or pro whoever. This is what I see the jurors, the spectators, the public at large is. They are people who are against him because they know his long litany of things that he's done, and they've had enough, and they've probably been victimized in their life, and he represent that victimization because of acts he's done. You got people that are pro him because they're fanboys and girls, and we like Diddy and we dance to those songs, so he must be good. And then you got people who are anti-government, that by virtue of the fact that the man does things to take people down, they will inherently follow him because they know when their brother, father, cousin, somebody, uncle was prosecuted by the government or something, and they stopped at nothing to win their case. Well, all attorneys stop at nothing to win their case. That is literally what they do by virtue of the craft. Right. Stop at nothing to win their case. Now, what needs to happen is that cross section of society that was represented by the defense was lacking in the prosecution. You had 6 white women. You had no one of the culture, no one black. You have no men. You have to expand your perspective. You can't have one thing and say that
that's what Diddy would do. They would have Miss Westmoreland talk to the woman because the black female, because she could talk in a certain way. Xavier Donaldson was the one going after, I believe it was the Punisher. Punisher is the one who had his self-help book because he had erectile. So, Xavier Donaldson. So you're the Punisher, right? But you have an erectile dysfunction book. Everybody's kind of laughing like he was breaking him down. And it's like,
you know what they're doing?
And so that's one thing the government did not do. Like Miss Comey, she would just kind of get mad, or they're just kind of, if you could imagine, we're at a cook-off and the government just brought a bunch of unsalted chicken to the table. And Diddy's got seasoning. He's just throwing Lowry sauce.
And that's exactly what happened.
He's throwing it, and they are so good. And that's what I tell people. It's not, you can't get your feelings involved in this because one team has performance enhancements and one team is just trying to, let's,
one team is on the roids, another team just came with a good bottle of water with pH.
Exactly. And then, like, to your point with the jury, they're so good that they could convince the layman like ourselves. Like I was in there, I was like, I don't see the RICO because
the fact that he took a paper bag full $100,000 in a paper bag and gave it to somebody to not only get him the video footage, but to prevent the reporting of that crime to the authorities. That was the RICO. That's racketeering.
Right. But you know what's so brilliant about Diddy's lawyers is like, oh my God, yeah, he bribed this guy. And he goes, and Mark Agnifilo is like, well, isn't that extortion?
But extortion and racketeering, they all fall under RICO.
But what's interesting, he was saying that the security guards were extorting Diddy for the, I was just, I don't know, I'm just saying how the way you flip something, I'm like, oh God.
Let me tell you what I created after my first trial, the trial with him when he shot me. I created a company called Debt Prep, deposition preparation, because I understood that people for whom this is not their forte are ill prepared to step into that arena. It is like walking into a kickboxing arena when all you did was beat up a kid in the 5th grade. You
have no boxing experience and you hop in the ring with Mike Tyson and you just, I agree with you. Yeah. Like Brianna, I was surprised. Why did they not go over and have her say, okay, she lied about the breast grabbing that was in the lawsuit. We need to make sure to take that out.
Well, here's the deal. Because
I was just surprised the government.
Here's why. The girl admitted that she used a lot of drugs at the behest of Puffy and with Cassie. Both of them at his thing. We don't know what the long-term effects of drugs are. We know crackheads from a neighborhood that we grew up with, and they're not all there. They still say things like, girl, I remember your yellow tricycle. And meanwhile, you're in your 40s now. And the last time they were coherent, they remember you had a yellow tricycle. Look how long ago that was. They're mentally. So trauma, you're up against a group of attorneys that are each being paid $10 million. And
Molly will melt your brain. I mean, ecstasy. Exactly. I knew kids like back in the day who were doing that like every weekend. And then it turned, and I'm like, it does. It's
not the least of which is you're intimidated. You were intimidated them. You're intimidated now. Being on the stand with such a widely covered trial is not your forte. Not your forte. You were ill prepared by your attorney. And most people, traditional, regular, everyday people, do not read legalese. What is the likelihood of I know somebody, a friend of my daughter's, I said, I've been saying for the whole senior year, let's get together. Let's do I want to do a FAFSA workshop, a college prep workshop, so you could be prepared to go to college. Let's get together. Yeah. I'm not even going to say her name because I know that that's not their forte, but this young lady is smart and she wants to go. I said it over and over. What are you doing this weekend? Come over this weekend. Let's do a college prep thing because I'm doing this with my kids. Well, my son, I have 3 kids, 36, 33, and 17. So look at that range. When my son went to college, my first son, I make a binder. I have dividers. We have a variety of essays. I make them write essays on different topics.
Well, I need to talk to you after this then.
Absolutely. I have every scholarship that's available that's out there. I have dividers with sections with all types of stuff. I know this is my forte. I told this young girl, come on. Let's do this. I said to her, listen, she was having problems because navigating the financial aid portion. I said, listen, because of your age, you can file as an independent. You can file as an independent student. You have not made enough money. So you can go and you will be able to get, financial aid and all of that. I said, where's your tax return? Because she had a little part-time job. She was like, huh? I got the money. I said, no, your return. What return? Because this is not her forte, she didn't realize that you actually get a document back that represents what your financials. She didn't know. She just thought you file this tax and they give you a refund, but she did. When it's not your forte, it's easy to not know. And so how many people this girl had never read her tax return, but she would be beholden to what was on it.
Just people have no idea,
And I've been doing taxes since I was 16 and I've done my taxes my entire life. I used to work at H&R Block when I was 16 as the receptionist. And I started doing taxes there with long form. When we used to have the pink paper for the 1040A and the blue paper for the 1040, I was doing it like that.
You're an OG of taxes.
I'm an OG, but here's the deal. I point that out because most people have never read their tax forms, but you're still beholden legally to your form. So at the same degree with which she did not read her lawsuit, but was beholden to what was encapsulated in it because her previous attorney wrote something that may or may not have been true. And then the the second attorney,
it's very easy to say, why did she include this in the lawsuit? But and like you're saying, most people, it could have been pages longer. Like I had, because most of us, I get a DocuSign on a contract. A lot of times I don't read the shit and just like, all right.
I can't tell you how many people are angered by reading everything.
Yeah.
They read something.
I think like it goes, like we're going back. It's like, that's what people understand. The government, they dropped the ball by not having a diverse group of attorneys ready to take on a cultural icon. Right. And one thing I've been thinking about, I wish we could put all this energy into like, why is Flint, Michigan not have clean water?
That's right. Exactly. And we can.
That's one thing about this Diddy thing. They've captivated the whole world with this. And imagine if they could captivate the whole world with figuring out what's going on in our country.
But you know what I mean? It's like bread and circus. You give people bread and you give them a circus, they won't pay attention to anything else that's going on.
And that's what we're doing. I mean, I tell that to people all the time. This whole left and right thing is it's such a farce. It's like we all do the same shit on the weekends. You know what I mean? We all eat the same food. We all sit on the same toilet. But they are different than us. And they're so good at spinning us around at each other. Whatever. I mean, we've all been busy with Diddy instead of, if we were all putting all this energy towards figuring out like, hey, why, how do we get people in Texas all the help we need? Like I went to MacArthur Park yesterday here in LA because we had the Border Patrol and this whole ICE marching through MacArthur Park. And I walk over there to show you, MacArthur Park is just a bunch of sketchy homeless people and then a bunch of Latino people playing soccer at the soccer field in the middle of the park. There's people, fruits, and that's the thing. To me, the Latino culture is one of the hardest working cultures in our country.
Undeniable.
And it's hard because they're being targeted now. And like, again, we're putting so much of this energy on Diddy, who's it's like
multiple things can take place simultaneously.
Of course.
People like salaciousness. It's the same reason why reality TV has lasted so long. We know, and I talk about this all the time. When you join the Nerd Herd, you'll see we talk about all those type of topics here. But I talk about that all the time. You will watch a reality TV show. They will show you you'll be like, the way they edit it. You'll see the coming attractions where somebody's like, get out of my face, and somebody snatches a wig, and you're like, whoa, I can't wait till next week. And when you get to next, there's no wig snatch. They've just edited to look like, or the person actually was saying, hey, there's a bee in your hair. Let me get it out for you. But you think it's a wig snatch. You know what's
crazy? I'm a television editor, and I worked on Sunday Best, that show on BET, the gospel competition show. And I'll never forget, I feel so bad for this. This woman got a yes. She's going through to the next level. She's like, oh my God. And we had too many yeses. So I had to edit the judges, take another of like BB Winans going, I'm sorry, it's a no. And cut to her right after they said yes. And she's like, oh.
See?
And she walks out, and I felt so bad because she's probably watching with her family at home. Like, I got a yes. And then they're like, no, you didn't. You got to know. And you cried and left the room. And so that was a big lesson to me as an editor. Like, people don't understand how much manipulation we can do in post-production.
And it goes through every facet of society. Every facet of society. And that's why what we do is important. That's why this layman's journalist, you understand, this content creator, your average Joe content creation and news reporting is important because we give a different perspective. It's not legacy media that has a script. I remember my first day in journalism class. He said, everything you think you know about the news, forget it. Here's the real truth. And he was so smug and facetious. I was like, I'm not taking this class. And I got up and walked out and just dropped the class. I wish I would have stayed. It would have taught me certain things that it took me a few more years to understand. But everything is a show. And this is no different. And the government, just like in motor vehicle and just like in every other government agency, has to understand there is government stuff and then there's real world stuff. And the tween don't often meet. And they have to remember that the optics of all white women prosecuting a black celebrity that people love, it just didn't spin well.
Not at all. It spun as like these women were vengeful, and they honestly needed a man in there. They needed a Latino woman who could come in and be,
diversity. They needed DEI.
Literally that part. I mean, and again, that's what's so funny about our society, like DEI. I'm Jewish, and I always say Jesus was about diversity, diverse relationships. He was about equality for all. He was about inclusion of all. So it's so funny how these speaker Mike Johnson and all these so-called Christians, how am I a Jewish man? I'm not even religious really. My wife, I always say my wife's Catholic, I'm Jewish, we're cashews. You know what I mean? But I see it clearly. I see these teachings of Jesus of do unto others as you want done to yourself. And like, I always say, like right now, we would be deporting Jesus because he was a brown immigrant. Jesus did not look like me with long hair.
Listen,
right?
I'm telling people, let me tell you something, Sam. First of all, what a delightful conversation. You're welcome back here anytime you want.
Oh, thank you.
We talk about everything here.
Okay, I would love that.
You're trying to grow your channel. You guys make sure you follow Sam. We talk about everything here. I just wanted to say that. But
okay, good.
I tell people the importance of not falling for the okie doke. Viewing between the lines, that gray area is so important because in those gray areas is where the truth lies. A lot of people that are pushing and espousing a particular point of view are pushing an agenda.
Right.
And people understand people are being sold a thing. There are a whole bunch of people. I was reviled. If you get a chance, look at my day, the day of, you'll see in my playlist, it said verdict in, or, jurors paid. Mm-hmm. I cried like a baby. You can see I'm not a shrinking violet. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. My family is Trinidadian. I am no shrinking violet. I sat on this internet and I cried because I'm a woman of God. I am a kingdom walker. How could I have to face twice in one lifetime in the 25-year period a man who shot me in my face and I did not get justice from, then going on and getting
this
away?
Felt like it was reopening the wound all over.
It was a gut punch to the stomach and the chin, and I cried on this live. People were calling me, emailing me, like, oh my God, my heart is breaking, DMing me. I've never seen you like this. Oh my God, I'm so crying. I could hear them crying. People don't see that side of it. And that's why I do what I do. I'm about my father's business. I'm about the kingdom of God. Y'all need to see this from a different perspective. A lot of people don't see it from a different perspective, and they need to understand it. And that's why this whole BJ thing has upset me so much. First of all, her narrative of they're attacking me and everything I've called out. I know they're watching me because every time I speak, their behavior changes.
You want me to read what she posted?
Absolutely. I already
give everybody a little background. This is the last day of the trial. I had maybe had a combined about 4 hours of sleep from the 3 days, because I had to get in line myself at 2 a.m. because it got so crazy. You had to get there so early in the morning. And this woman's fiance was there, waiting in line for her. Nice guy. Everything was fine. But we have a list, and Diamond, who is a friend of mine, she's been there. And just to give you, Diamond and I, we've had conversations about different things that we don't agree on, but we're still friends. Exactly. You know what I mean? And like, she's a wonderful woman. She's such a nice, sweet, the way she talks is always very nice and reserved. So when you see these things, that this BJ, and mind you, it was really awful behavior that she had. It was very entitled. My first experience, I had my dog there, and she goes, oh my God, there is a whole ass dog next to me. Like, oh my God, where most people are like, oh my God, your puppy's so cute. What's your dog's name? She was just so too over the top. Over. So we had not thought anything of it. We were in the line inside. This guy, Michael Blackshire, sweet guy, had camped out all night. He's an amazing photographer. On Diamond's list, he was number 11. They were only letting 11 people from the public in that morning. Press already had their names on. Press is good. They leave us public to fight for ourselves. And so Michael had a bunch of camera equipment. So there's the two lines. There's the outside crazy Hunger Games line. Then they put you in front of the court building line. And we were all there, and she was behind Michael. Then when you go through security, if you have a lot of stuff, like me, I know how this works now. I have all my stuff in my jackets, everything, put my jacket in the security, fly through. They give you your 1 token for the phone. I grab my shit, literally run to the coat check because I know the final line is after security. So you could be number 2, but if you have a bunch of stuff and they you keep going off their security thing, you could end up number 17.
Okay.
And the U.S. Marshals are like, guys, I don't want to hear it. It's whoever is in line right here. So Michael had all of his stuff. BJ got ahead of him, was at number 11. We're all saying, like, we honor the line, okay? The U.S. Marshals are like, no, telling Michael, you got to go around. You were not here. And he's like, dude, I've been here all night. She took my spot in line. She's like, no, I didn't. And she starts getting and she's like, you guys can give him your spot, but I'm not.
And we've seen that behavior of her online.
Yeah. And then I had gone over because I had my service animal with me. I had her the day before. I had gotten a dog sitter, and they were just like, I could get into the courtroom, but I knew everybody, and they're like, dude, it's just too much for verdict day to also have a dog in here, Sam. And I'm like, I get it. So I was just getting in there and coming out, and I was talking to the U.S. Marshal. He pulled me aside. When I came back, I hear her, oh my God, I'm being attacked. I'm being attacked. And I'm just like, what? And I see the group of Black women, you know, it's JC, it's Queen Shakur, it's Diamond, and then Mike is there. And it was sad because when this white woman's yelling, I'm being attacked, the U.S. Marshal's like, okay, everybody stop, just stop. And literally, the Black women are still talking. He's like, hey, stop it. And I saw in that moment, which I've seen before, the power of a white woman using I'm being attacked was more powerful than the voices of 5 Black people.
And that's crazy.
And because I stood up and said something, because another white person, RJ in the line, is this dude who just camps out. He's there every day. Nobody knows what his deal is. He doesn't speak. He even said, no, Mike was in the line before her. And what happened is BJ wanted to get in that courtroom no matter what. I'm not mad at her for that. But I am mad because she wasn't honest. And we were all just asking her, be honest, because Mike, it was just, and the way she was just talking to him. And the saddest thing, I was on a show and we had Mike on, and he said, I just put my head down because I didn't want to get kicked out.
I heard that on AT2 where he was saying, I didn't want to be the Black guy arguing with a white woman and then they were going to come against me. And that is sad. And it's indicative of the larger problem, systemic problem in not only the country, but the world, but continue.
The world. And so that's why I felt, and people would come at me, oh, Sam, what do you care? You're just trying to be all this and that. And so I want people to know, like, my entire, a lot of my life, I feel it's my duty to speak up for Black women. And not only that, for just my friends. And for women, you know what I mean? There was times in that line where there was a line sitter guy was yelling, talking terrible to these women, and nobody was saying anything. When somebody's being really abusive, a man is being really abusive, and nobody has the guts to just be like, hey, shut up. And I kind of did that one day in line because I can't stand seeing women talked down to. And then and so to see this woman getting away with this and the way she was acting, I just
recognizing her whiteness against the line because she had an end goal that she wanted to achieve.
Exactly.
That's not okay.
Exactly. So here's what she wrote. And this is when I saw it. And this is when I went on my live with Diamond because it boiled my blood, because I was like, none of us came on to defame her, say, oh my God, you guys, this lady, I had no clue who she was. So she goes, to everyone asking if I'm okay, I'm getting there. But yesterday I was definitely not, and I will be recovering for a while. Which, let me just stop right here, because your story of being shot in the face and then hearing that verdict and crying on here, that is something that you could say, I was definitely not okay and I will be recovering for a while. And we totally understand what you're saying and it's totally justified. So I just want to point out that this woman's like white fragility, that she thinks because she went in there and acted really nasty, that somehow that equates to your experience in her mind. She says, if you're wondering why I didn't, in all caps, go live yesterday on the biggest day of the entire Diddy case, it's because I was targeted and attacked by a group of deranged and haggard freaks literally the entire day.
And first of all, let me stick a pin here. That characterization of two women who, by your own account, are amazing women. I've already heard when you guys were talking on another platform, one of them is a professor.
That's
Give this narrative. You are impacting white fragility, white women.
Amadora Shakur is a college professor.
Exactly.
And he was the only one who recognized her. And Queen was like, oh, hey, I know you. She's like, hey, I emailed you. And she's like, okay, girl. Yeah, she was like, I'll check my emails pretty much. And Queen was like
very dismissive. Yeah.
And it was interesting to see how Queen's opinion of her changed. And a lot of people are like, she's not racist. She's so sweet. Her fiance is Indian and she's not racist and this and that.
Absolutely nothing.
It's like, guys, racism comes in all layers. Most Karens have no idea that they're Karens. I will go further. No Karen knows that they're a Karen. You know what I mean? And so let me get back to reading her thing.
Go ahead.
So she says, like you said, deranged, haggard freaks. These women are not deranged, haggard freaks at all. She said, I'll be going live today or tomorrow to give y'all the full rundown and the entire trial day, including detailing the multiple attacks with pictures of the assailants. Multiple federal marshals had to intervene for my safety. There was one U.S. Marshal inside the courtroom in that line. So that's a complete lie. And he didn't intervening was, he's like, okay, I don't want to hear the arguing. I don't care what because he's like, I don't care what you guys do outside in that line. There's 11 people right now. That's these 11. And, and then she says, y'all are literally not going to believe what these lunatics did and said. It was all very shocking and appalling. And I feared for my safety all day. Total lie. The only reason I stayed was to let them words know I don't run from bullies and never will. Don't worry though, because of course I stood my ground and I got pics and receipts, multiple witnesses, and we'll be showing you all what they tried to do to me. Two of the lunatics are pictured. Two of the lunatics are pictured below for reference. I literally cannot wait to tell you all this story, but yesterday was completely ruined and I'm still pretty shook up about it. And mind you, this has been over a week and she still has not provided one shred of her story.
Today she apparently went live and had her fiance try to tell his side of it. And trust me, as the young people say, it's not given what it's supposed to give, baby. Oh, I have the picture here, Sam.
Yeah, let me see. And then
how she disrespected those women.
That is just so. This was her second post.
I know.
So you guys, like when people are like, they're on there like, Sam, you're coming after BJ and you're this and that. I'm like, no, she came after my friends. I saw this. And like I told you, I view it as I wasn't even involved in this. I was literally in the middle, just witnessing the behavior,
Oh, Sam, go. I'm sorry. Go back. I was taking a picture down. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. And I was so tired that day. Like it took me until she posted that and Queen sent that to me. And I was just like, I can't believe she did this. And it was such a lot. Yeah, she did it.
You know what a grifter is? You know what a grifter is. So the gravy train of the Diddy trial is over. That chuck wagon. You remember that old commercial about the chuck wagon? The chuck wagon with the covered wagon and the bell. The chuck wagon has left the facility. The coins, the shekels, the gold doubloon from all of the telling of the Diddy affair is dried up. The faucet, the spigot is closed. The faucet is
so now we're like eating up each other.
Looking for a new grift. BJ was one of the people. BJ and a consortium of other content creators got together to conspire against me, to reject me, and try to black out my information because I was his victim. They felt like naturally.
You told me that. You were telling me that.
Gravitate to me. I wasn't going to report on the trial every day, but they thought I was. And they figured, well, let's block her out so nobody would go to her.
Right.
I don't need to take that into my spirit every day. I would watch highlights every couple of days, but I wasn't literally, feeding off of it. Some days I would look and I would watch for hours. And then other days I was like, I don't want this today.
Yeah.
And I couldn't touch it. But because they thought that I was going to do the reporting every day and people would never naturally gravitate to me, they decided that they were going to get together to subvert my voice on the internet. And so I simply said a prayer to God. Father God, reveal all of them for what they are doing, expose them to the world, and expose everything that they're doing. They're now turning on each other.
Right. And you know what the irony is? She's on her page like acting like she's the Holy Spirit or something.
Yes,
and all of her fans are like, girl, you're so aligned with God, girl. These demons are going to fall. And I'm like, she's the one who cast the first stone. She's the first one calling these women demons and all this. And then
that's not of God. I'm a kingdom walker. Everybody that knows me will say, oh yeah, she loves God. She loves the Lord. She is a disciple of the Christ. She knows Jesus. One of her people who incidentally is always in my chat came over here and she's like, oh, she's a woman of God. I said, tell me 3 scriptures she always speaks to.
You know what? And you know what I have to say to that? Even if you don't know scriptures, even if I know people, they go to church every single day. They go to temple every day. Like I say, it's how you act in your everyday life and how you treat people.
That's right.
You know what I mean? I'm Jewish, but I don't practice so much. I wasn't bar mitzvah, but that doesn't mean I'm not Jewish. People try to say, oh, Sam, you're not really Jewish. You don't look Jewish and this and that. And I was like, no, my Judaism or my faith, my spirituality is how I treat people every day.
Right.
It's the honesty I put out in the world. It's if I'm wrong, I attempt to correct myself and make right. And so, that's true spirituality and religion is like,
tell people, you don't have to tell anybody that you're
honest,
so anybody that's
put up all that fake,
follow God. They're supposed to know you from your actions.
Right.
They say, try the spirit by the spirit. God says, I know my people by their behavior and their conduct.
Right. What did I do yesterday?
Contorting a woman's face, 2 women's faces, 2 demons, one with a whole demonic thing, another one with horns and demonic. That is not of God. What part of the scripture, what part of your belief system, what part of your discipleship told you to do that?
Right.
How does
I gotta be honest with
the line.
And when I first saw it, because I was sent it again the other day, and I thought it was like Photoshop at first, but when I look at it closely and that it's AI, it really is demonic in the way that she made. And you know how dumb some of her followers are? That they're like, oh my God, people showed up like this to the Diddy trial. Those costumes are. And I'm like, y'all are so dumb. You really believe that, and again, it's a white woman saying this about Black women, the haggard, the lunatics. People in her comments were talking about Diamond's hair or something like that. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's just not right. And it's a bigger thing. It's bigger than BJ.
You have somebody like Jackie C in the chat saying, love you, the dopest nerd, huge fan, but disappointed. BJ felt harassed. That's her experience. Now she's being accused of white fragility and using her whiteness. All I hear is color, not people. So for that statement, let me just correct you right now, girl. There is a young man whose death started the civil rights movement. His name is Emmett Till. Because a white woman felt fragile in her feelings. Oh my God. Lied for time immemorial, saying he whistled at her, and then admitted a few years ago he didn't whistle at her at all. He looked her in her eyes.
Right.
They went to that house and took that young man out of the bed from his uncle and his grandfather and all of, and that man had to call his niece and tell her, these people took your baby and killed him. And it's the strength of that mother, Mamie Till, that said, no, do not close that casket. I want the world to see what they did. This woman came up. This woman has even given testimony, and they have a whole narrative of what happened, and they're not going to release it until after her death.
Yeah. What's her name? Brian?
Yeah, Carolyn Bryan.
And that's something I want to point out, Jackie C. Here's something I want to point out. as white people, and people might, oh, Sam, you're this and you're that, and you're just trying, Sam, and this. Well, you don't know me, because it's important for more white people. They like to say, white people, we need to be more woke. And that word is a Black term that means you're aware of atrocities. And like, oh yeah, Sam's a woke white guy. He's good. Now Fox News has taken this, and white people have taken it and trashed the word and made it into a negative, which it is not. And to your point with Emmett Till, that is why I got online and I said this about BJ, because BJ struck the first punch. She cried white fragility. She lied on Black women. And if you know that, and Black men. And did you not hear Michael, who said because he was a Black man, he had to stand down because he knew this white woman, if she kept it up, he could get arrested.
That's right.
Okay?
And not only stand down, he
go back.
Head down.
He put his head down.
Right.
Okay, so that is emasculating himself for her. So you need to go look at the pictures of Emmett Till. They did not kill that 14-year-old boy. They massacred him.
They did.
And so you need to go look at those pictures, and you need to educate yourself. And then you need to go into BJ's comments and ask her how she feels so attacked and so threatened. And you need to ask yourself, when all of these people are providing you receipts in their testimony, Black women, Black men, and you still don't believe them, and you believe her, who said she needs months to come up with her receipts, and all she has is her fiance.
Come on. And here's the thing about it.
Sorry, I get upset, but it's like,
we love the passion. That's what we do here. I love that passion. Here's another thing that's not lost on me. You guys have been there. I saw you guys from day one. You guys have been there for the entirety, the 8 weeks. You don't just pop into an established policy and procedure and ecosystem and center yourself with your main character syndrome, pop in on the last day and determine you taking over. Your word is no. And that is what she did. She didn't know the lay of the land. She doesn't know New York. She didn't know how the status quo of that.
And we didn't make her feel. We didn't. If anything, I was there. We told her fiance how this works. I'm like, yo, man, it's like Hunger Game lines. Like, just letting you know, once it starts getting, it does get.
Jackie C, we know that you're BJ. Nice try, BJ. Nice try coming over here.
If BJ has defended everyone regardless of race, Jackie C, you're not listening. Jackie C, the message here is she used her whiteness to actually manipulate. She was the attacker. Okay, I don't know why you can't let go of and question BJ.
Is BJ or one of her minions, and they want to espouse a narrative to continue the grift. See, the only way that the grift works is that you have to believe that she was harmed.
Of course.
You have to believe
nobody laid any hands on her. Nobody did anything to her. She was the one, when all the women and the U.S. Marshal, when they had finally settled it, the women on the right, Black women were sitting here just kind of like, and BJ was there like staring them down.
See, because she felt.
So do you think if she was so afraid, if you're afraid for your safety, she would have turned around and be like, oh my God, please, baby Jesus, protect me from these demons, from these haggards, please, Lord. No, I remember vividly, I was so exhausted. I'm leaning here, but I remember looking at her and the way her arrogance, she was looking down at those women like.
And her words prove it. I let these bitches know I won't be bullied. I stand. I know what she does. I watch her. I see when she does
doing that. Oh yeah, she was like, y'all can give up your spot. Y'all can give up your spot, but I'm not. That's what she was saying.
And so now Jackie espousing this narrative of, oh, it's not a Black scent, it's Southern. Listen,
exactly.
All over the world. There are people in Ghana and Gambia and Mozambique that talk like, hey, girl, what up, boo? And all, and it's all AAVE, African American Vernacular English. What was considered a Black scent. She's from Louisiana. I know lots of people from Louisiana. I don't hear, hey, baby, what up, Shay, what up?
Girl, she does, girl. Well, let me damn not. I mean, she is just all of her thing
over the top. And what she was doing is, because here's the giveaway. Soon as you point something out to a person who is weaponizing their behavior against others, they change it.
Yeah.
As soon as I pointed out that I was made to be aware by God of her taking a powder puff constantly and dusting her nose, and I was like, God said, you don't see that? And I was like,
yeah.
What? And powdering her nose on, who does that? What is that about? What is that about? As soon as I mentioned it, she stopped.
He posted another thing calling the women dusty, crusty, and musty.
See? And how dare you denigrate someone because you had a disagreement about line placement and you were the liar, the aggressor,
right?
The wrong one. Then you proceeded to weaponize your whiteness and bully the line.
She has her husband the truth about, and look, again, she puts these women in. Why isn't she putting me in there?
Because it doesn't push her grift narrative. That's why.
Why isn't she putting me, the white dude, in there?
See?
And this fiance, if I had one advice for him, I'm so sorry to say this. Run! I mean, here's the thing, and I want to clear up. People are like, Sam, you were calling her names and making fun of her lips and this and that. Well, yeah, she came after my friends. She called my friends haggard, lunatics, demonics. She made AI photos of them. I'm a comedian. You think I'm going to sit around and not roast her Joker face?
Exactly.
I mean, come on. You know, and all she's doing there, she has an Indian fiance. She's got all of her Indian garb. She had her like Japanese fan. Like she's appropriating every culture on the planet. And then she's a type who's like, I can't be racist. My fiance is Indian. That doesn't mean that.
Listen, Thomas Jefferson would have told you the same thing. Thomas Jefferson would have told you the same thing when he was bedding down his 14-year-old enslaved girl, Sally Hemings. And he has a whole litany and bloodline connected to him that are children of Sally Hemings, who was a 14-year-old girl. Okay? Right. And he was a white enslaver president and landowner. So
Thomas Jefferson was a racist. I'm sorry to break everybody's
not just a racist, but a PDF file as well. Because Sally Hemings was 14 and she was the half sister of his wife.
Okay, so here's her post now from 3 days ago. Many others witnessed these demonic freaks scheming and finessing the public line throughout the supposedly public trial, thereby stealing people's rightful spots in line. Not mine, though, because the Lord and the federal marshals protected me. Here's another account. I have no reason to lie, but maybe they thought they'd get away with these despicable and simply unforgivable behaviors unnoticed. Not on my watch. I will be saying everything they tried to do with me with receipts. I don't stop. I won't back up and I won't back down no matter how many crusty, dusty, and musty freaks you try to send out for me. Not one of them, oh, get ready for this, everybody. Not one of them can stand up to my boss, the Lord. It might take months, but they will absolutely face accountability for what they've done, period. Why is it going to take months? And this is something on AT2 show. I was like, I was going to retire this thing. You know what I mean? Because I'm just like, she keeps pushing it.
Because it's a grift. It's a well thought out, planned out grift. This is how, pay close attention to the fact that she popped up on the last day of the trial. After she sat there the entire 8 weeks saying, I don't know how they could do it. I would not be out at the trial going through reporting live from the courtroom. I'm not doing it. I'm staying here. But then on the final day, you pop up in New York. You do not know the lay of the land. You do not understand the dichotomy of the New York environment. You do not understand the process. I gave my people an education on where the line filler, that whole genre of work came from. When this bakery in New York, excuse me, he was doing
and so all these people, this guy
created the cronut, the croissant donut, and it was all the rave, and everybody wanted to get them. And the line was so amazing. One guy stood up with a cardboard sign and said, "I'll hold your place in line."
They already have shirts.
Listen,
that's her fiance. They lied. This poor guy, man. This poor guy is because you can see.
Let me tell you something. He looks terrified. She runs him. I looked at her.
I am worried, you guys. I would please do a welfare check. He looks like he's saying help. That shirt, he should say she lied. This is so funny. I guess I'll have to watch this video.
I watched it. He did not blink once. He looked under duress and like he was espousing a well-scripted narrative. It looked terrible. And I was just like,
I don't know.
I said,
and also, here's something I want to ask people. she only has her fiance as the witness.
Yeah.
Where are all these other people to corroborate all of the bad behavior?
They are in her mind.
They're in her mind.
They're in her mind.
It's only her fiance who she can get done. Like, this is just wrong. I don't understand all the hate going on. Like, they are just total grifting. I wish I was there with BJ. I'm a Christian, but God didn't put me here to be taken advantage of. I will boldly stand up for myself and those I respect. I mean, it's just so, I just don't like when people use Christianity.
What's different about BJ than Barbecue Becky?
Yeah, exactly.
Was mad because people were having a barbecue in the park that had nothing to do with her, a public park that their taxes are allocated for as well, because property taxes are apportioned and they go to make things for everyone. So she was never more entitled than they were, but she felt she was. Yeah. What's different than the woman who was like, I'm going to call the cops on the little girl who was selling water? It's no different. It is the weaponization. What about the lady who, I don't know if you remember this, there was a lady who grabbed a little 7-year-old kid and incidentally, it happened not far from where my beauty salon used to be in Brooklyn. She grabbed this kid and was like, you touched my butt. She moved into Crown Heights, Brooklyn, a predominantly Black, Caribbean, and Latino part of Brooklyn. Right. The only subculture in Crown Heights, Brooklyn is the Hasidic Jews. The world headquarters of the Lubavitcher sect of Hasidic Judaism is right there in Crown Heights on Kingston Avenue and Eastern Parkway. That's my community I grew up in. I know, Menachem Schneerson, their Rebbe. I remember this is where I grew up. This woman moved into that neighborhood. She was in the corner store, facing the counter, saying something. A little boy walked in with his mom, his other brother, his family, walked past her, and he, little kids are doing their own thing. His backpack brushed against her. This woman jumped up. You touched my butt. A 7-year-old kid. Right. Falling and crying. She calls the cops on him. She's out there holding court, putting on a show, going crazy.
Right.
Eventually, the guy who was working at the bodega was not the owner. He was like the nephew or something and couldn't access the video footage. When the owner came and put the video footage and accessed the video footage, then she was like, oh, I'm sorry. The little boy was crying, holding his mommy, screaming, thinking he was going to jail. Ugh. People have got to stop weaponizing their whiteness.
Right. And that's hard for a lot of white people to hear that. Yeah. I'll have people always, I'm comedians that are just going like, man, this white person's like, sorry, Sam. And I'm like, no, because white people need to understand, if you're not racist, they're not talking. We're not talking about it.
Exactly.
So you don't need to get offended when somebody, if it's Latino, Black, Asian, whatever, oh, those white people, I don't get offended because I'm not who they're talking about. You're not a part of it. Exactly. And so I think more white people don't understand like that. You take insult into these things, and you might want to question why. And here's something in our comments. BJ, girl, you are so blessed to have a man of God in your corner that loves you for who you are. Yeah, that's true. Yes, this is what mamas praise for their baby girls. Love you, girl. And she goes, I know, I am so blessed and lucky to have this strong man of God in my life. Truly my better half. He is truly her better half. But it's just like all this. I just think this is funny. This is what she put up.
I understand.
So you watched this video. What did he say?
He looked completely under duress. As the young people say, it didn't give what it was supposed to give. No, he looked under duress. He was staring directly at the screen. He looked totally under duress.
I saw that Diamond added my name to the list, but before she added my name, she added a few other people. Instead of fighting with her or arguing with her, wanting to guarantee a spot for BJ in the courtroom, I decided to approach one of the people that was ahead of all these people and ask him if I could.
What did somebody put? Copyright, fair use code, fair use.
Disclaimer. I put copyright. Copyright, fair use.
Okay, I didn't know if we can show their stuff.
Well, you could. Fair use is a limitation to copyright set forth in 17 U.S. Code 107 for purposes such as criticism and commentary.
Show me their spot for $400. I took that person's spot in line, and Diamond was made aware. While I sat there, I had great discussions with everyone in line.
Yeah.
I even told some of the people that I was saving the spot for my fiance, who was a YouTuber.
He told me that.
Created videos on the Diddy trial.
That's true.
Around 6 o'clock, I called up BJ and I told her I had secured a spot in the line and that we had a guaranteed spot to get into the courthouse and that she should get there by 7 o'clock because that's what the people in the line told me. Around 7 o'clock, people started arriving at the courthouse. All of a sudden, there started to be about commotion about who was going to be in line, who was there, who was not there. There was this one lady in blue jean jacket that showed up, and that was Diamond's friend. Diamond and her concocted a plan that I consider that I paid them money.
Right there, Sam. Pause.
Yeah, there was no. What happened?
But the notion that Diamond and her friend concocted a plan.
No, that's a lie.
He said he called BJ and was like, I secured us a spot. You don't know who else secured a spot for whoever.
Exactly. And what happened
is the only one right.
And Kevin, the line sitter, was JC's line sitter. She had paid him to secure her a spot in the line. Some of us were arguing with her because we didn't know that. You know what I mean? So even though we know people, like just give people, and I like one night I paid $450. You know, then, like I said, I stopped paying because I couldn't afford it and I had to wait in line myself. So we're all very skeptical of everyone, even when we know each other. That's what this line, I said, this line brings out the worst in people. But like I said, the fact that he's telling they concocted, I already know that that's not true. Like those women aren't concocting anything. They're just,
and you know what it boils down to? He doesn't know the lay of the land. Nor does BJ. They came in and tried to have main character syndrome. They came in like, oh, we're the boss. We're important. We have a following on YouTube. Right. You need to look at us and do what we say. That is not the way it goes.
They were background actors thinking, and meanwhile, and it wasn't even like any of us were acting like the main actor. It's just picture, we've been doing this for 8 weeks.
Exactly.
I was literally sitting, I was sitting in the rain for basically those 2 nights in a row with my dog, sweating. It's so hot and humid. And you're like, it's dark and it's raining. How am I also sweating? There's mosquitoes, there's rats running around. You can't sleep because you always have to be watching your back. And so none of us were even being like, you don't know how this works. Get that. You know, none of us said anything to, we're all too exhausted to, we're all just literally trying to stay standing and get in the line and finish this last day of this trial off. You know, and like you said,
she presented herself with an intent that, oh, I'm getting in here. You know, she came in with this whole
it was entitlement.
It was entitlement, and that's what it is. And then,
and Jackie C, I was talking, you were talking about what I said about BJ, and I explained that. She went off and was saying all these nasty things about my friends, and she was talking about their appearance. She was talking about Diamond's wig or her hair and all this, and like that was any of her business. So I took it upon myself to go upon some of her physical things to defend my friends. Now, is that right to do? No, maybe not, but I'd have to imagine if somebody calls you
as good as you get.
Yeah, you know, if you punch first, I have the right to defend my friends, you know, and that's what I did.
Let's see. Let me subscribe right now. I'm going to show your channel up here, Secret Service Sam. Hold on one second. You know, people need to understand that you cannot get mad at someone responding to your, you can't throw a rock and hide your hand and then get mad at someone responding to you breaking their window.
Right, exactly.
And if you throw a rock and break my window, you don't get to tell me what my response looks like. You better just brace yourself, stand 10 toes down, and be ready to catch this left hook. You can't tell me. You can't slap me in my one cheek and then tell me how hard to hit you. If I slap your face off your head, that's what you get. You should never hit me.
Yeah. So, and she struck first. None of us were going to go and even tell this story. And maybe like she talks about, that's God that we did expose this, because I did feel a way about the way she acted. I did feel about it the way I experienced how she was talking to people. And it's funny how she chose to make this about herself and come up with this whole story. She honestly, like you said, you prayed that these people would expose themselves, and she did exactly that, you know? And if you guys want to see too, in my videos, go back and watch the first one where I have Diamond and JC on it, and also Celebrity Security, or I'm sorry, Celebrity. I'm forgetting the last handle.
Scandalust, Celebrity Scandalust.
Yeah, Celebrity Scandalous. Yeah, who were all there inside at the table when she told a whole table of women that they could not read, and
that part. And we talked about that yesterday. And let me bring you guys up on that part. So after this debacle happened in the line and it was over with, and like she said, all the federal marshals came to rescue her like a damsel in distress. It was over. These women who have been at the court for all this time, the entire duration of the 8 weeks, have a system by which Pacer drops all. Pacer is the system that drops all of the legal documents and updates in the court. Any updates, any filings is going to be listed on Pacer. They take it upon themselves to go and get the pages and share it with everybody, so all the content creators are abreast of any updates or what's going on. That is how they've been doing this for 8 weeks. People appreciate what they do and respect them for it. But because BJ's a newcomer and doesn't know, and instead of getting to understand the lay of the land, she didn't go, guys, this is Secret Service Sam's page on YouTube. Be sure to go like, share, and subscribe.
Thank you guys. I really appreciate it.
To his channel so he can grow his following here. Instead of BJ understanding, if you come into a situation, ingratiate yourself into that situation.
Exactly.
Find out what's going on. These ladies, excuse me, these ladies give out pages so people can see what the updates are.
Right.
Brought the pages over to the table even after the disagreement, because they don't hold grudges.
Yeah. And people show up in this line and they just think it's like a normal line at Disneyland or Universal Studios.
It's New York.
It's not, it's not.
It's like that.
Yeah. And her husband showed up. We were nice to him. The fiance, he was very nice and cordial. And I feel bad for him genuinely, because he's going to get caught up defending a lot of her bad behavior. And that's exactly what he's caught up in now, because he was a nice guy. And he even had to be like, okay, come on. He's like, stop. Just, he has to settle her down, because he knows deep down in his heart, she causes this. And I think he's too far into it, bless his heart, because he has a lot of people.
Also, I hear at the table when she was carrying on about the pages,
carrying on.
There you go. He told her to chill. I heard the lady say it.
He did.
He said, calm down. But she had what we call a battery in her back. She already had this preconceived notion of what it was, and she was going to ride this grift till the wheels fall off. But she had planned it in advance.
And does that sound like somebody who's being attacked and scared for their life all day, that they told those attackers or that her fiance had to tell her to chill out?
Thank you.
He didn't tell them to chill out. He didn't say, hey, chill out. Stop talking to my fiance that way, guys. Stop attacking her. No, he had to tell his fiance to chill out.
And here's the deal. She wanted to create this narrative. She went there with the intent to create this narrative so that she could then carry on this grift. Because now, listen, I have been to lots of places. People have had, in fact, not only do I have the gift, my kids have it. I can be in a supermarket, standing in the line, and some lady could turn around. Oh, where you think you going? Maybe she didn't see me. Oh, you think you going to skip the line? My phone will instinctively ring. It's my son. Ma, you okay? When somebody's attacking me, he can feel it no matter where he is. Yeah. And I'm just like, I said, that gift getting stronger and stronger, right? He's like, how have you dealt with this all your life? Yeah. He's coming into his gift.
Somebody just made a joke in your comments. It's pretty funny. They said that she's going to release her testimony and witnesses just as soon as that Epstein list comes out.
Hey, there you go. Listen,
I mean, it's true. It's like, if she's got all this proof, guys, it has now been over a week. Okay. Since this happened, I mean, over a week. You know what I mean? Like, I think, well, no, let's go. I think it's been exactly a week, maybe, right? Because the verdict was last Wednesday, I believe. Is that correct? Yeah.
Wednesday. Yes. Wednesday.
It was July 2nd. So I think it's been a full week. So that should be plenty of time. And all she's been able to present was her fiance, which I hate to say it. There's motive for him to not be as honest for her. And maybe he is, but I'm saying, if we really want to respect what she's saying and her truth, I put up 5 different witnesses. We would really have to see at least 2 other people that are not in her family or related,
right.
You know?
That's right.
Where I would believe anything, you know?
Here's the thing. I've watched her. And I have see, a lot of people think I'm like coming against her. No, I have behind the scenes information that I don't choose to divulge to my nerd herd or whoever else is watching because it involves my connection with another. I was supposed to go to the trial. I was going to go. I don't want to even go down the rabbit hole or the thing of explaining how this came to be. But I will tell you that all of a sudden, one part of this issue, my safety in New York at the courthouse, was of issue from this other person. They were professing to be concerned about my safety and my access to the line. And then all of a sudden, BJ ended up on their show, and the very next day she was in New York on the line doing the, oh, woe is me, help me, they're attacking me, these haggard freaks. Come on. Come on. I don't even want to bring this other person into it because I have respect for this person. And this person, when the other content creators blocked me out, was always still there for me. So I'm not going to put him in it. But I know what I'm talking about, and I got screenshots to prove it.
That's what I love.
I can see things beyond when I have eyes to see and ears to hear, as the word says. And I'm telling you, I know that this is her grift. They got main character syndrome, all these content creators, and they have made this entire 8-week trial about them.
Right. No, she came out of the courtroom. She's like, oh my God, I just don't know. I just want to cry. All the energy, my energy there, the fan. And I'm just like you said, they're making it about themselves. You know what I mean?
Main character syndrome. And that is why they had such an aversion to people coming to my platform, because I don't have to make it about me.
Right.
It involves me. It's my life.
It was made about you.
It was made about me against my will. These bullet fragments, these 9 bullet fragments that continue to harangue me, have made it about me.
Right.
That is the problem. They were jealous for something stupid. I mean, if they want the bullet fragments, trust me, I would gladly give them over, but I wouldn't want to hurt them like that.
Right.
The fragments are terrible. This is 25 years of me living with lead in my body. It causes other problems. They think they know, and they want to be so involved until it's in their face. They don't understand they're dealing with the devil, baby. When he's done with you, he will turn around and take you right on out.
Right.
I heard people like, oh, he's going down. And then 2 minutes later, they're like, I told you guys that he wasn't going to, their case wasn't strong. Right. After you sat for 8 weeks and espoused, he's going down. I watch people flip the script, and there is a litany of video footage to prove it.
Yeah.
To make a documentary. People would be very upset with me. Like I did the other day, I called people out and I showed video proof of them speaking, saying a complete 180-degree contrast to what they're espousing now.
Yeah. No, I love everybody in your comments too. Thanks, West in Peace. I just am seeing. Thanks, everybody. And I think too, Natai, I have to get rolling because I have to my son to football practice here in a little bit.
I saw your son. He looks so cute. He was on the walking past you in the video the other day. I said, oh,
yeah. I know. He's like, Dad, I don't want to be on your feed. You know, I'm like, too bad. I'm trying to pay bills with this. You know
the young people
you on this feed. So
absolutely. And tell them, hey, it's okay. It's okay. Sam, I appreciate you first and foremost, because my main thing is I want to end this narrative grift that is being espoused. I do not like the denigration and degradation of anyone. And I find it very peculiar that she's hearkening on these women, but she won't mention you. She won't mention you because it doesn't.
Funny. Why was my picture not in there in the center? Because I'm the one who called her out for this. So it's very.
You want to know why your picture wasn't there? You know why your picture's not there? Because it doesn't fit her grift of these black ladies attacked me. It doesn't fit.
Right. Yeah, because people can believe a group of black women attacked her, but when there's a white guy there, it's like, well, why is the white guy sticking up?
There it goes.
Well, I'm glad I can, you know.
We appreciate you just speaking truth to power. We appreciate you for them.
No,
the
thank
truth
you.
will set us all free.
Amen. Yeah.
That's what it is. And we appreciate. Let me tell you something. This has been a delightful discussion. You are welcome back here anytime. Your invitation here is open and endless, and we can discuss Flint, Michigan's water situation.
Yeah.
anything you want to talk about, because that's what I do here. I talk about all kinds of topics.
Hey, any day. I'm trying to go live every day and just talk about everything going on and just build my YouTube following. Because I've invested so much into TikTok and they don't pay me at all. I mean, I just found
talking about that. Hopefully you could get that situation straight with that.
I don't know how. I make nothing. I had 70 million views in the last 2 months and I made $70.
That's absolutely craziness.
Should have been $70,000.
I'm going to try to figure out some connections I may have behind the scene, and we'll help you.
I really appreciate that.
There's a phony page that is copying all your videos.
Yeah, there's a phony page that has 500,000 followers on TikTok. So I'm like, well, I have 1 million followers on TikTok, but there's some guy with 500,000 followers selling crypto to all the, so he's like defaming me. People think I'm a crypto, like,
and that's all right. We're gonna root it out, and we're gonna make sure that you get your stuff straight, and they gonna have to pay you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Oh yeah, and I'm a stand-up comedian too. So check, I produced Donnell Rawlings live podcast at the Improv. I'm always doing stand-up, so I'd love to get people to come out to see me live.
Absolutely. Guys, if he's in a city wherever you guys, because we are literally, we have followers on every continent.
Oh, great.
So by all means, wherever he is, you guys go out and follow him. What do you like, Sam? What's your thing?
I would say I do a lot of like kind of music.
Tell me your emoji that you like. What's an emoji that represents you? Because that's how we show love here.
Oh, an emoji that represents me? I don't know. Maybe
oh, well, guys, go give him that one-eye winky emoji. Throw it in. Flood the chat.
Yeah, I like to do like I freestyle rap when I'm on stage. I do songs. I had a No Diddy song where I'm like, if you want to step to me, no Diddy. I don't think he should be free. No Diddy. Don't go to the party. No Diddy. No Diddy. If you want to step to me, no Diddy. I don't think he should be free. No Diddy. Don't go to the party. No Diddy. No Diddy. Don't go on the yacht. No Diddy. Because your ass get got. No Diddy. Don't go back for the record contract. No Diddy.
Listen, you need to put that out. There you go, right there. Put that out. Debut it on your YouTube channel. And look at all these.
I'm gonna upload it on there. I think it's uploaded to my YouTube, but I'll upload it again because I have it on TikTok.
And we will share it.
Video. It's hilarious.
Oh, send it to me. We will share it.
Okay.
We will share it. Because listen, I can vouch for the part with the don't go to the club, honey. I'm living proof of it. Okay.
Yeah.
I endorse that.
Okay, that bar. Okay.
There you go.
Thank you again for having me.
Thank you. Oh, people are saying they just joined your page. They went and subscribed. We appreciate you, Sam. Come back anytime.
Of course. Yeah, just let me know.
Behind the scenes, and we'll set up that conversation about the water situation in Flint, Michigan.
Yeah, let's do it. All right. Thanks, everybody. Take care.
Welcome. Thank you. We appreciate you, Sam. Look at that. What a beautiful. So you see, guys, I'm not about having hyperbole. And hold on one second, guys. Hold on one second. Thank you, guys. I don't believe in the hyperbole. I don't believe in the finesse. I don't believe in the grift. I'm not playing that game. I'm not doing none of that. All that little slick stuff that people are doing, I'm not playing that game. We're going to speak truth to power, and we're going to call a spade a spade. Talk amongst yourself for a minute, guys. I got to do something back here. What happened? Wataguanya, so. Okay. Talk amongst yourself 1 minute, guys. Okay, thank you for your patience, guys. I appreciate you guys. You know, wow, Margie said she lives 2 hours from Flint, Michigan. Oh my goodness. Wow, Margie. I had no idea. And so you'll be able to give us a whole bunch of insight. I'll bring you on the screen that day as well. So you can give us a whole lot of inside information about what you've seen firsthand account of how that situation has impacted the lives of the citizens of Flint, Michigan, and the people in the surrounding area. This commercial break has been brought to you by the following sponsors. Amazing, said Natanya. Did you see some saying that an investigation is about to happen on the jurors after that one juror has been doing interviews? Supposedly he lied about his info and the jurors was talking. Listen here, honey. First of all, thank you for telling me that. No, while I was on with Sam, I think somebody did send me a thing. Kay Ligg said, please pick up the book, A Shot in the Dark by Natanya Rubin. Here's the Amazon link. Grab yourself a copy. Grab a copy for a friend. When you go on vacation, take it as your thing to read on the plane. Get into it. Sit by the pool, have a read. It's a page turner, honey. You will love it. Shout out to West in Peace, baby. Shout out to West in Peace up in the chat. And I'm sorry I missed the chat while I was talking, guys. I know it was some good tea and stuff going on in the chat, and I missed it. Sophia said, I know that's right, K-Leg. Sasha said, they said all the pipes have replaced in place. No, they haven't replaced all the pipes. But here's the thing, they won't drink that water, though. The officials won't drink that water. Keisha said, I wonder how people can spin a narrative, act like a monkey, then claim godliness. My Lord, don't do it. I agree. And here's the deal. That whole, you know how the young people say, it ain't give what it was supposed to have gave? Baby, the setup with the American flag and the see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil monkeys, and the little red curtain and the little table in the corner, the faux wood table that looked like a hospital tray. It was giving very CIA quick setup, studio setup. It was not giving what it's supposed to have gave at all. At all. My boy was looking under duress. Go and look at the video and see if I am telling. I ain't see no blinking and all kind. I mean, I look away from the thing a few times, but I ain't see no blinking and nothing. It was giving practice rehearsed under duress. The they lied shirt. It's a new grift. It's a new grift, baby. Trust me. I'm telling you, the original grifter, Mr. DJT himself, Mr. Orange Cheeto himself, Mr. Blonde Comb Over himself, baby. The original grifter in chief. Honey, I know a grift when I see one. Like I told y'all back when I did that Trump live and Trump humpers came over and was carrying on something terrible. Oh, you don't know that. Them same people now have lost their shirt. Okay? They have lost their shirt. But let them tell it. He was the greatest thing since sliced bread. Well, let me tell you something about sliced bread. Don't buy none of that bread with the gym mat fiber in it because it'll F you up. Why, thank you, darling. Royal blue is my color. Why, thank you, darling. You know, I said to myself, self, you need to put on your color today. I love royal blue. I love royal blue. What did you guys think? What's your opinion? Let me see in the chat. Tell me what your opinion is, because now that you've heard the story and you heard a firsthand account, I have a little piece of lint on one of my locks, and I promise you, it is yanking my chain. But this is the plight of people with locks, you know. We collect berries and twigs and stuff. When you have someone give a firsthand account and you get to be able to see both sides of the discussion and then formulate your own understanding, you see how very differently this thing turns out. I don't appreciate. Well, here's what my issue is. I don't care where you stand, what side of the track you fall on the Diddy situation. I don't care about none of that. What I care about is you going up there and denigrating some black women, calling them haggard freaks, dusty, musty, rusty demons, this, that, the other, contorting their face and making them look like, you know, a demonic thing. That's a problem. You went too far with that. You went too far. First of all, you got a person who's a professor. You out here calling her out her name. How dare you? How dare you? Because what you're trying to do is, and listen, don't make me call the internet to do what the internet do, baby. Don't make me call for the drag squad, because, baby, In case you haven't been here in this modern times to understand what that internet do, don't be out here calling black women about their name, okay? Don't do it. Don't do it. I will call for the drag squad, baby, and the drag squad ain't coming. They coming for receipts and correct change, and they will drag you. Try your best. I figure it out. Try your best. Shout out to K-Lig for gifting 5. Oh, I'm sorry. She's a member for 5 months. Look at, I was about to talk some junk. Show your love and support. Super chat. That's, come on, y'all. You know what time it is. Tides and offerings. Tides and offerings. The dollar sign. K-Lig, you got to give me your. And if you guys don't notice, you see that wrench by K-Lig's name? Come on, throw some Panamanian flags in the chat for our girl K-Lig. Our mod substitute teacher. She ain't the substitute teacher no more. She the teacher. Hey, shout out for the teacher. Throw some support in the chat for the channel, guys. Tide for Tides and Offerings. Feel free to go ahead and hit the super chat or the super sticker button. By all means, my $, THADOPESTNERD. My Cash App is on the thing. Please, K-Lig, send me your Cash App, my love. Let me put it on the screen. Show some love to your girl K-Lig, who is in here, who was taking up the slack as a substitute teacher and doing her thug thizzle. Act like y'all know. You know what it is. Show some love to the channel. And in any way that you show love to the channel, we appreciate you. And, you know, however you want to sow your love, your tithe, your offering, your time, your whatever, we appreciate you. We appreciate you. And I see, listen, don't think I don't look around the YouTube landscape, the YouTube streets, and see what's going on. Baby, I can Millie rock on any city block, okay? Act like you know. I got folks out here, and they be watching these city streets as well, these YouTube city streets. So act like you know. Time for Tides and Offerings. Send your super chats, super stickers, Cash App, Venmo. Guys, K-Lig, text me your thing, your Cash App, boo. Let me put that up on the screen. You know, we had some people in here caping for the other side. Don't do it, or as the people say, don't do it, don't do it. Okay, don't even try. Let me alter this Vienna. Let me edit the Vienna. Act like y'all know. Show some love. Let's give some respect when people sow their time and their skills and their good labor and their work. This is how we love in kind with gifts of our own. And it's okay. And it doesn't matter the amount. Don't feel compelled to have to drop, don't think any gift is not appreciated. I don't care if it's $1, it's appreciated. And I'm saying that for the sole purpose of letting you know. Do not feel like you can't be a blessing because of the amount or the value. And your time is precious to us too. We appreciate your time and your presence as well. And please understand that. Shout out to Sasha P for the super sticker. Thank you so much, Sasha P. We appreciate you, my love. Thank you, Barbara, for the carrots, my love. Hey, thank you so much. Justice Network said we are all in the same gang, though, for real. Indeed, listen, it's all about truth. It's all about truth. Cannot at the time, will do. Absolutely, and we understand that and we respect that. We appreciate your time, Listen, the old adage, time is money, also has merit, and we didn't create it. We came to this world and met that here. So don't feel no way. We appreciate you. I'm simply saying what I was taught by a seasoned YouTube veteran. He taught me to give this all call out to my people and ask for their support on the channel, because I never used to say it. Go back to my old videos. I never used to say it. And he was like, no. On my anniversary show, Andy from Popcorn Planet said, you have to say it. You have to say it and give the all call, and people will yield and support you. Shout out to Alaquandria Glover. Hey, cutie, I like that name. Hey, my niecey Pooh. She said, hi, Auntie N. Please pray for protection for Tisa. Listen, absolutely, because I say it's open season on women, and I don't advocate for the violence against any woman. I don't advocate for violence on any woman. So I say, God, Please watch over your children and your fools, Lord God. Protect all women. Do not let the wiles of society continue to impact and affect innocent women who have not done anything. I send the same prayer for Cassie. Let's discuss the next issue on this thumbnail. Sasha P said, Natanya, remembering those Chuck Wagon dog food commercial cracks me up every time. Yes, honey, the Chuck Wagon. Clunk, clunk. I gotta find an old Chuck Wagon thing so I can put it up here, because that's what this is. This is the GRIFT. This is the new Chuck Wagon GRIFT. So, you know, let's see. Pardon my French, she said, I think BJ confused about her faith because when she went to India, she was all involved in the religious chants and had no idea what she was chanting. And listen, I didn't even see that. I didn't know she went. I didn't see that video. I can look and go see what it's about. But also people have to be conscious of, I've said before on this channel, whenever you are following any spiritual doctrine, leader, whatever, you have to be conscious you have to be conscious of who you are following, because you don't know. You are responsible for under whose tutelage you sit. The same goes for what you espouse in prayer. You got to walk that out, honey. You have to be very mindful, and you cannot mock God. You cannot blaspheme, okay? God shall not be mocked. And any tongue that rises against me in judgment shall be condemned. For God said, touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. Okay? That came from God. Don't shoot the messenger. And I mean that literally and figuratively. Once in a lifetime is enough. Okay? Put your money where your mouth is, and put your behavior, put your Christianity, put your sovereignty under God, put your discipleship where your behavior is. You got to try the spirit by the spirit. I'm out here about my Father's business, and I'm going to cry aloud and spare not and speak truth to power everywhere I see the lies. And I see the grift. Y'all might not see the grift. I get it. Some people might not see the grift, but I see the grift. I spoke on it in advance. I knew it was coming. I said, oh, what is that I hear in the distance? Sound like the Chuck Wagon to me. Oh, what they gonna do after this case is over? I talked about it online. Anybody is absolutely welcome to go look at all of my lives and see where I talked about it. What is their new grift going to be now that the trial is over? I said weeks ago, they have main character syndrome, and they are making this case and this trial not about the victims, not about the survivors. They are making it about them. I said it. Put a 1 in the chat if you've heard me say these things, that they are making it about them, that they are on a grift. What are they going to do after the trial is over? If you heard, and they are not supporting the victims and the survivors, they are about themselves. God is at work at this time. Thank you, LaQuana Miller. Absolutely, unequivocally. Put a 1 in the chat if you heard me say it. I've said it. This ain't nothing new. I'm not saying this after the fact. Put a 2 in the chat if you've heard a litany of content creators espouse one point of view. Puffy's going down. He going to jail. He going to jail. And then the trial ended, or the end of the, and they was like, oh, child, I knew he wasn't going, because put a 2 in the chat if you heard what I heard, because put a 2 in the chat if you heard them content creators flip the script and start espousing a new thing, because I'm going to make a documentary on that. I'm going to force people to have to take their entire litany of videos down, because I'm going to use their words against them. I'm going to go get all their old things. I'm going to put up my fair use copyright claim, and I'm going to snip their videos and show them saying, Puffy's going down, and then show them saying, oh my God, I'm going to show them I saw Mark Agnifilo fangirling outside the courtroom about Mark Agnifilo. For what? What is there to fangirl about? When I was growing up, I wanted to be an attorney. That's why I have such attention to detail also, outside of my gifts and just my natural wit and charm. I wanted to be an attorney. You know, when they ask you when you're a kid, my older sister said she wanted to be a doctor. She's a nurse. I said I wanted to be an attorney. While I don't have a law degree, I play one on TV. And I ain't gonna tell you what my youngest sister said. That's a family joke right there, honey. And I can't, it's a family joke. It's it's a gag. But anyway, she was 3. She ain't know no better. But whatever. But you know what my aunts and them used to say to me? Even, yes, Amazing Love, even the ones that was dancing outside the courtroom, doing the baby oil ballet outside the courtroom. They didn't care about the victim survivors. They cared about themselves, centering themselves, making a grift. It was the end of school. It was the last day of school, last day of summer camp, and everybody was trying to get their licks in. Oh, listen, we all know what this is. We all know what this is. Come on. We know what this is. And I'm going to tell you, Sophia Bernardo said, my family would always say, you make a great attorney one day, the way you argue the facts. Like, shut up, LOL. Listen, that's exactly what my lovely West Indian family used to say. And here's what they always said about a lawyer. My great-grandmother and my great aunt used to say, you want to be a lawyer or a liar? Because a good lawyer is a liar. I promise you. That's what they used to say. You want to be a lawyer or a liar? That's exit. The baby oil ballet, honey. That's the new name for it. The baby oil ballet. Because that's what they did. How many grown adults who were suited and booted, who had videographic materials, cameras, they had their tripods and all of that. How many adults came to the court that day, left their house? Do I got my keys? Do I got my cell phone? Do I got my tokens for the train? Do I got my baby oil? Why did so many adults have baby oil on them? That is when I say, it sounds facetious, but I mean it so seriously. Why were so many adults carrying baby oil? Someone please inform me. On the final day of the trial, did they have it the whole time, or was it specifically for the end of trial? Did someone go out and buy a bunch of baby oil and orchestrate this friggin' gross thing? Why were so many adults carrying baby oil that day? You literally arrived at the trial with baby oil. Why? Why, Lord? Why? Yes, Margie, they're going to slip and slide right to hell. Tell them, sister. Throw it in the chat for Margie, y'all. They're going to slip and slide right to hell, baby, because, baby, the God I serve don't play. He said he don't play. He's not the author of confusion, and he don't play none of this. He don't play the baby oil ballet. He don't play trying to be main character syndrome. He don't play girl. He don't play none of that. He don't play centering yourselves, making yourself the barbecue Becky of the Diddy trial. He don't play that. He don't play this fake, woe is me, they're attacking me, and all of these federal marshals had to help me. What all of these federal marshals, boo? The most surveilled location in probably the world is New York City. And that notwithstanding, the federal courthouse in New York. Baby, where's the footage? Because you could do a FOIA request and get the footage, which I'm going to do. I'm going to do a FOIA request and get the footage. It's a publicly approved service that you can request. I'm going to do a FOIA request and get the footage of the line that day. And I'm going to show y'all once and for all who the liar is, because I'm not going to participate in this grift. See, I don't play that garbage. He said, she said. No, I want firsthand accounts and let people stand up for their own narrative. I see. You have to factor in what was at stake here. Her centering herself in this case and making it all about her, and this wanting to get in line and get in the main courtroom at all costs was her deliverable on all of this. That was her one deliverable. Oh, let me get in line and get. So your man stayed out. What wonderful man. Great for him. I appreciate him for doing that for you. What a great guy. But that don't entitle you to nothing more than anybody else. It also doesn't give you the right to walk into an ecosystem that has existed. What you have done was Columbusing. We have a term called Columbusing. You know what Columbusing is? Columbusing is in when a Karen, a colonizer, anybody who doesn't have clarity of sight to see their own behavior and conduct walks into a situation and takes over. Centers themselves, makes their need, desires, wants more important than everyone else's. When they come to We're searching the new land. And you come to a land inhabited by indigenous people and you stick your flag and say, I discovered America. That's called Columbusing, as in Christopher Columbus. When your brother writes down in his book, when we got to the land, the natives were very dark, copper-colored people, that they had their own ecosystem, blah, 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 sis, boom, bah, yada, yada, yada. You write in your narrative that you found people there, but yet you walking around talking about you discovered it. How you discover something that exists already? You got to tell me, you got to plant your flag somewhere where there's not another living soul to tell me you discovered it. If you discovered something and people was there, you didn't discover nothing. And that is where the term Columbusing comes from. So that's what she did. She came and Columbused the line at the trial. She Columbused the line at the federal courthouse. And then instead of stopping while she was ahead, letting it go and moving on, she doubled down. These very same ladies who she claimed were haggard freaks and demons and all that stuff were giving out the pages that they have done every day for the entire 8 weeks of the trial. Every single day that they're in the courthouse, these women have gone on Pacer, downloaded the pages, made copies, and handed out to the people in the cafeteria, the content creators and the other people, to let people keep abreast of what's going on in the case. They've done this the entire time. They even went to the table and handed them a paper. Okay? Now, if they were the haggard freak she accuses them of being, why would they go hand a paper to them? Because they weren't holding any grudges. There was another lady, Celebrity Scandalust, who was at that table. And they read the paper, and then BJ said, ow, he's not getting such and such. And the lady said, oh, no, you got to read it again. Here where it says pursuant to yada, yada, yada. And this is, I'm not telling you what I think. I am giving you a narrative. I watched this woman say this on AT2. She said, she was like, oh, no, BJ, you got to read it again. She said, because she's a legal secretary. She knows sometimes you got to read legalese 2 and 3 times to get it. And so BJ overlooked something and she had to correct BJ and say, oh, no, look at this. When it says pursuant to, and she was like, oh, okay. And then the lady came and said something, and she was like, no, that's not it. It's such and such. BJ then looked at them. They can't read anyway. And so Celebrity Scandalust even said she thought, since BJ went to law school, because she ain't no attorney. She went to law school, and she herself, Celebrity Scandalust, is a legal secretary or law clerk. She said her understanding, she didn't understand what the sassiness was, but she thought BJ was inferring that they didn't understand legalese, but they're grown women. They're grown adult women who read. And I'll have you know, Miss Louisiana, that the New York City public school system is leaps and bounds ahead of podunk school systems in little country towns, okay? Leaps ahead. I am a product of the public school system of New York, and you see what this brain do. So don't come. Don't. Zonzo it, boo. To intimate that these grown adult Black women who you do not know, who have been on this case for 8 weeks, who have created a business of line sitting and line holding, and who everybody who gets into that courtroom regularly respects. So for you to come after these women have done this for 8 weeks, why did you, of all people, come and decide that these women were terrible? That they were demons, that they were dusty, musty, and crusty, and that they were haggard freaks and wig and all that. And my friend, I talked to you about this before. Be mindful. Let me tell you something. And that's why I have love and respect for Sam, Secret Service Sam. White people, especially in the content creation space, please be mindful of saying things that are offensive to Black people and thinking that you could get away with it because you're just talking. Oh, absolutely not. There will be no disrespect of Black women in this place. There will be no disrespect of Black women as long as I exist. I'm going to cry aloud and spare not. I ain't sparing nobody. I'm going to speak truth to power and everybody else too. What you're not going to do at no time while I'm alive is disrespect no Black women and make them out as demons using AI and put that out there and put their face out there. You're not going to look at this picture, y'all. You want to tell me where in this? If you know about God's people, you know people of God don't even F with nothing connected to demonic behavior. We don't mess with demons. Who sat down and said, I'm going to make them a demon face? Who thought that this was appropriate? Who thinks that this is the work of a woman of God? This is what she did to them. She showed their face first. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to speak to these ladies. This constitutes libel and slander. Her entire litany that she wrote on her page, and these pictures, and putting their face up and espousing this whole lie. A bunch of marshals had to protect you. Secret Service Sam said with one marshal in the line, and he didn't protect you. He just said, I don't want this in my line. Enough already. You telling a lie about the whole bunch of federal marshals had to come and protect you from these haggard freaks and wigs and lashes and all this stuff. Why are you concerned with their lashes and their wigs? Why are you concerned with that? What does that have to do with the line? Huh? Did you come and meet a pair of lashes and wigs standing in the line? Or did you meet a woman who can adorn herself however she wants? Same way you be sitting up there powdering your nose on TV. Powdering your nose on TV. And I don't mean applying makeup. I said what I said. Powdering your nose right on that screen. Powdering her nose right on that screen. Y'all heard the term powdering my nose? What do you think that was created from? I didn't make the statement. Them people in the past over there in the far reaches of the internet and society and time and space. Powdering your nose. I know what I'm talking about because the behavior stopped. If it was nothing wrong with it, you'd be powdering your nose still, but you ain't touched that powder puff since. I mentioned that publicly. God showed it to me. I saw you doing it. I never studied. I never paid attention to it. But I was sitting there and God said, you don't see that? And I was like, what? And he was like, in front of your face. You don't see that. And I was like, The views expressed by the Dopest Nerd are protected by the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. Okay? And I was like, looking at the live like, what? And he said, right in front of your face, look closely. And then I looked, and then I was like, now why would somebody be powdering their face if you're not applying makeup? The beat was already done. Why would somebody be tapping a powder puff at the side and dusting their nose while they're sitting on while they're 7 hours into their session? Ask yourself. I mean, you know, who am I? I don't know. This is simply conjecture, speculation, and innuendo. But I knows what I saw. And I also knows that if wasn't nothing nefarious about it or wrong, or why'd you stop instantly after I said it? The very day I said it, that powder puff never came back. What exactly was in that powder puff? What did you need to constantly apply a powder puff to your nose for? Wonder what people use that for. I know sometimes when it's, it can get very muggy and hot. And, when I was younger, we used to have this, we would powder ourselves with cornstarch, not even talcum, because I hated talcum. It had that kind of wet, dry at the same time feel, and I didn't like my sensory nerves with the feeling of talcum was gross. It felt both wet and oily and dry at the same time. It was disgusting. I always use cornstarch. My family's Caribbean. With us cornstarch myself and powder down. So why would somebody be powdering their nose live on TV, sitting for 7 hours straight with a penetrating stare with no blinks? You don't believe me? Go back and look at the live now. Look at today's live. No blinks. We humans. You know how hard I try to hold my eye like that to illustrate. I couldn't. Eventually, the eye requires that is the natural process by which the mind re-wets your lenses to prevent from dryness. Now, talc is very toxic. I said it for a reason. Right, Sound Studio? I said it for a reason. I never liked talcum powder. And everybody used to be like, oh, I got that baby Johnson & Johnson baby powder. You should get that one. Why you use cornstarch? Ew, why you use, people cook with cornstarch. Why you don't use this Johnson & Johnson? You don't see it smell nice like baby powder? And we were taught as Black women to not just powder ourselves, but to powder our vagina to keep that area free of moisture and dry. And now all these women have gynecologic cancers in that region because they use the company who made the baby oil, Johnson & Johnson powders and other talcum powders. But me, I'm healthy as a bug in a rug because I use cornstarch, what people cook with, because I knew as a young girl something wasn't right with it. That texture, how are you dry and wet at the same time? It was gross to me. Talcum powder is gross and it's toxic. And now there's been there's countless lawsuits, multi-million, some of the biggest lawsuits ever because of talcum powder. Because women were taught, especially Black women, taught to powder their vagina. See, what is happening in society right now? What is the major narrative telling you, the mainstream narrative telling you to do right now with a commercially available product that's going to be a harm to you later on in life? I told y'all about Depo-Provera, that birth control. I refused when I saw it. They were like, oh, get the Depo-Provera. I was like, it just came out of nowhere. I don't know. I went and they pull out this stack of papers. I said, what's that for? They're like, oh, you have to sign this. These are the disclaimers. I said, disclaimers? I got to sign this stack of papers to get this birth control? No, thank you. I don't want it. Go and keep that. Now, everybody's sitting at their TV. If you've ever used Depo-Provera and for birth control, please call this number. Now, you see, because the God in me always was my guiding force. God would talk to me and be like, no, that is not for you. Leave that alone. In my spirit, it was a knowing. It was an awareness. God doesn't exclusively talk to me. See, I could talk about it all the time. And I know some people are like, she act like God just be talking to her. No, God talks to you too. Y'all just ain't listening. What's your prayer life like? How many times do you pray a day, a week, a month, a year? Do you pray at all? I do. Baby, when I get out the bed, baby, my feet don't hit that floor before I finish saying my prayer. I can say my prayer verbatim, okay? Because I have a relationship with God. And he says, touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. Mm-hmm. You remember, Sasha? They told us to powder ourselves, but they gave you a nasty product that is a carcinogen, a known carcinogen, and facts ain't fiction. And they have settled a multitude of lawsuits of women who were harmed by using that. Baby powder, talcum baby powder was terrible. I used cornstarch since I was a kid and still use it. Come on with it. Joy to the World said, my mother told me not to use baby powder on my privacy, and I listened to that. However, she told me no to tampons, and I didn't listen, and I wished I winded up with toxic shock. See? Shaking my head. And first of all, we're glad that you were able to navigate that and make it through, and shout out to mommy for telling you that. And come on with it, Keisha. Keisha said, Depo, hair relaxers, birth control, food, cream for face, makeup, deodorant. I can go on and on. Asheo. Asheo. Raw chicken you cooking? I don't know what that's from, but I'm sure that's a part of a conversation. But you understand what I'm saying? It's this whole narrative that just because something is commercially available, that it's good for you, and that is not true. In fact, nothing could be true. Nothing could be further from the truth. Y'all like my ponytail? I be having to put my hair up sometimes because, baby, these private summers, honey, they is not for the faint at heart, honey. These private summers. Indeed. Right Sound Studio said, almost forgot about deodorant. OMG, heavy metals so bad. Indeed. And I told y'all what you need to do for them heavy metals. We're comprising something about that right now that you guys will have available for you. I talk about that all the time, Jackie. Welcome to the channel. I'm not familiar with you, but be careful of the products that you put on your skin. Always check the ingredients. And yes, Big Pharma is the devil. Absolutely. And so is his cousin Diddy. But I digress. Yes, like I told y'all, all the while people were rubbing this, that, lotions, this and that, I hated the texture of the lotion. When I tell y'all, I always say I got autism, and y'all think I be joking. I really consider myself to have autism. Like I felt like this my whole life because I have always been very unique. And I never liked the texture of lotion, especially when we're hot, on my skin. It felt weird. And so I would come up with my own concoctions. If I had to use a lotion, I would use a cocoa butter and coconut oil. I would use shea butter, mix it together. Or if I did use whatchamacallit, I would use Palmer's cocoa butter lotion, and mix it with a little coconut oil. And that, I would emulsify it and spread that, and that didn't disturb my sensibilities. That felt natural and comfortable to my sensibilities. But all them spray and Gina Tay and this and that and all them thing, all they used to spread, no. And now people have all kinds of skin issues because those commercially available lotions, creams, sprays, this, that, perms, this, that, all have endocrine disruptors. You need your endocrine system. It's the body's filtration system. And the reason that even post gunshot wound and 9 bullet fragments still in my face and head, I look young and fresh and green, as we used to say in the Christmas. Young, fresh and green. Hey, I like Koshi models the scene. Hey, young, fresh and green. Hands off, she's mine. Mine, oh my. Hands off, she's mine. That's why I look so young and good. Coconuts. Well, I use natural things. I used to make shea butters called Nirvana's Necessities. Yes, I give y'all these informations not because I think I'm a doctor. No, I wouldn't want to be. I am a naturopath, and my naturopathicness, my naturopathy allows me to come up with these things and to also share them with you. If you enjoy the content, hit the like button and subscribe. It's a free way to support the channel, and it really helps with the algorithm. Absolutely. So let me see what these other, God absolutely protected me, absolutely unequivocally protected me, and I'm eternally grateful, and that's why I call his name. That's why I call his name all the time. So let me get to the other topics. One moment, guys. Let me touch these other topics that I came here to talk about as well. Okay, let me just say, for Epstein and Trump, the Epstein-Trump debacle, the Trump administration has said there was no Epstein client list. Nothing to see here, guys. Move along. This was all a farce. Move along. That is garbage. Y'all remember when I did the Trump Live? I have an entire playlist of videos called the Trump Playlist. Go down in the playlist down there and look in the playlist, my loves. You will see every single thing to substantiate that there is an Epstein list is down there. Not the least of which is Pam Bondi was on Fox News, and she talked about, I have the Epstein list on my desk, and I'm going through it. This was a while ago, while they were still pushing we're going to release the Epstein files. We're going to release the Epstein files, and JFK and MLK and all this. She was like, and he said, you have the Epstein document. She's like, it's a lot of work. We have to go through it. I have the Epstein list on my desk. That's what Pam Bondi said in his own administration. See, they haven't gotten together because it is a shade tree mechanic operation. They haven't gotten together. They're running a disorganized shade tree mechanic thing. It's who's on first, what's on second. I don't know who's on third. Also, Kash Patel was on Fox News or a Joe Rogan podcast, and he too said, I'm looking at the files, the Epstein files right now. It's a lot in there. I'm not going to re-traumatize a woman who has been victimized or some kids. But I'm telling you, it's a lot in there. I'm going to make a special, I might release this as a video. I'm going to make a special narrative about the Epstein situation because I'm going to smack down all this lie. I like receipts and correct change. I'm going to show you these people talking. I'm not just going to be like the news and have the man standing there and the sound be off and you can see the news person talking to the person and then they'll do an overdub and say, he said blah, 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 blah. Child, please. If he said it, you shut your mouth and let him say it. Because why are you doing an overdub and telling me what he said? He's standing right there. Let him say it. But they will never let you hear what the person say, honey, because they want to tell you what they say. Cash Patel. Oh yes, Bongino as well. I remember Bongino was like, before when I was a paid person, I was espousing this narrative. But now that I work for the government, the good government, I'm going to tell you like it T.I. is. Baby, I have. Your girl takes notes. You know the fake notes that this fake juror alternate claimed, the 350 pages of fake notes he claimed. First of all, first to begin, I know the man is a liar. Here why I know he's a liar. Let me move on to the next topic. The juror. This mystery alternate juror. Here's why I know he was a liar. Instantly, when he started saying, I took 350 pages worth of notes, I was like, okay. The spiral notebooks have 70 pages in them. That would have to be You got 5 spiral notebooks, sucker? You got 5 spiral notebooks. Here's why I knew this man was lying. You wrote 5 spiral notebooks full of notes during that trial as an alternate. I knew he was lying because once he said that lie of none of us knew who the main jurors were and who the alternates was, that's a lie from the pits of hell. Baby, in the beginning of a trial, they establish who are the alternates and who are the actual jurors. If you lied about that, what else are you lying about? Not the least of which is the word, the Bible, it says, try the spirit by the spirit. Hello, I tried the spirit by that spirit, baby. If y'all know what I know, y'all better go. The feds better go check under the crawl space in that guy's house, the basement, or the storage room in the building he lives in. Second of which, I remember during jury, 180 pages in the college rule, and that's a multiple, the 180 is multiple subjects, correct? Or it might be he is a grifter. He is the first person that came out, even though the judge admonished them about speaking publicly. He also was saying, we thought this, and we who? We who? Are you telling me that the entire jury violated the policy, procedure, and doctrine set forth by the judicial canons that jurors cannot coalesce and speak amongst themselves about the trial? Is that what you're espousing? Are you saying here on these good CNN network that the jurors were violating the orders from the judge and speaking amongst each other? Who is we? You're our alternate, boy. You're our alternate. That is the equivalent of you the backup. If it's a Broadway play, the star, the lead person, the star does her thing. If she slipped while she's practicing one day and hurt her toe and she's able to continue the show, but the doctor advises her to stay off her foot for the night. Well, the understudy, baby, this is the day she's been waiting for. She's been waiting all her life to come up and I sing with the sky of the sound of music. She gonna overdo it that night, honey, because she's been waiting all her life. And you literally take a job knowing that you ain't the star. Baby, you up, and no disrespect to Tito, because I love Tito Jackson, but you a million Tito. Not even Tito. You a million Jackie Jacksons in a sea of Michaels. Boo. You knew you was an alternate. You coming up there lying. Oh, none of us knew till the last moment that we were an alternate. You're a whole liar. They established who's going to be the jury foreperson and all that from the get-go. You're a liar. But everybody's sitting up there being deluded. I went in people's chat. People's like, oh, this juror's telling the truth. I can tell he's an upstanding guy. Oh, he's unbiased. I said, he's a whole MF liar. I knew it. Try the spirit by the spirit. I was watching his candor. First of all, I always tell people, you see this right here? If I'm talking to somebody and they like this, if they do this, you're looking out at that, looking above your eye, that scanning kind of, I don't trust it. My daughter know. As soon as somebody presents themselves like that, I'll be like, oh, she like, I know, mommy. I saw how they were looking. I know you don't trust people that do that. Baby, that is number one narcissistic sociopathy right there. You not trust it. You not trust it. He had too many things. When I tell you, look at my live from a few days ago when I talked about it. I said, check his basement in 5 years. But let's not wait 5 years. Let's not wait, because if you put a little lime powder on them bones, they're going to disintegrate and there will be nothing left. Check his basement now. Another reason why I knew he was a liar, because when jury selection was going on, there was a person who was like, oh, I only work with Interpol. I don't work with American police. I only work with international police. I'm this, I'm that. I work for the UN. I'm this. I said, but he sung in like delusions of grandeur like a mug. And I was like, they better not let that guy on the case. That guy sounds like a problem waiting to happen. That's who this juror is. He's the one who's, oh, I work for the UN and I work with this one, that one, but I know I work for Interpol and I this and I that and I that. Knick knack paddywhack, give a dog a bone off the chuck wagon. Another grifter. I hear that chuck wagon coming. Ding, 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 ding. He's a liar. Go out there in social media land and look and see. You're going to see my name in some of these big things that was, I said, he's a whole MF liar. I can't stand a liar. When I tell you, say it bugs my spirit. It is like nails on a chalkboard. I don't like it because the truth is easy. You ain't got to break your neck to remember nothing. All you got to do is speak the truth. My boy sat on the good stage where a whole bunch of people did jury duty in their life and said, we didn't know who was the backup jurors, the alternates, and the main juror until the last minute. You's a whole liar. Oh, we thought that we looked at this. We didn't believe this one. We didn't believe this one. If I said nice, you know what I was saying when I was watching it? Nice try, Puffy. Nice try, Puffy. Because if he wasn't a paid Puffy operative, baby, my name ain't Natanya. And my name is Child of God. For those of you who like to try to fight me and drag me and do all the stuff you want to do, remember, always be careful of how you handle God's people. He said, touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. Because guess what? You never know when you're entertaining a chosen one. You don't know when you're entertaining an angel, and you do not know when you're entertaining God. You know why people always miss the mark? Because it's not going to come packaged the way you expect it to. Act like you know, boo. Act like you know. You better get right about your actions and act like you know. You never know when you're entertaining God's anointed. Remember, you make the mistake of misjudging God's anointed ones because he doesn't call the qualified. God will qualify the called. Many are called, but chosen are few. So when you're dealing with the chosen one, act like you know. I keep telling you, act like you know. Listen, I always know a grifter when I see one. They have a certain air about them, a certain je ne sais quoi. They have a righteous indignation to them. They have a pick-me spirit. That is why. You see these people that's getting called out? What do you notice in common about them all? They're pick-me's. They're look at me, I'll tell you. Right Sand Studio. No lowercase g for God. Uppercase G, baby. We got to give reverence and respect, grace, mercy, honor to God. No lowercase g, my love. Please, please. Make that G, when you're writing the word God, uppercase G. Don't do it to yourself. I wouldn't want you to harm yourself. God is He is the Alpha and the Omega. He is the all and all. He is the great I am. He is Emmanuel. Absolutely. And I pray to God all the time. I tell y'all, it ain't about me. It ain't about me. I stand on business. Okay? Business, my Father's business. I'm about my Father's business. And I am implored, I am called on to cry aloud and spare not when I see harm being done. I am implored. Y'all know me, I'm not a grudge holder. Here's the thing. You saw me sit here and have a amazing conversation with someone who was more leaning on the side of, he feels like, some would say he's leaning more on the side of Puffy, and I can have a whole substantive conversation with them, because for me, that's not the issue here, and it's not about that. I always say, this is not a love fest. You don't have to come here and agree with me wholeheartedly and yes, yup, everything I say. You don't have to do that. I don't need that. My ego is quite intact. I don't need a love fest. I don't need people to, there's some content creators, you go on their channel, as soon as you disagree with them, get out of here. And they curse you out right on the screen. I'm not doing that. In fact, when people come here and they clicking their heels and showing off, rubbing their hind legs together like a, cicada, I'll put your statement on the screen. Since you want to be highlighted, I highlight you. But I know the word, my governing doctrine says, try the spirit by the spirit. I told y'all days ago, I said, that guy, the first day that juror came out, I said, check his basement in a few. Check the crawl space under his house. I don't need to battle anybody. Oh, I believe that wholeheartedly, Derek. Yes, she is more than wild. She calls herself God's favorite. Show me. Here's how you know God's favorites. God, if he hasn't isolated you, if you haven't felt like you are on an island by yourself, if you have no test, thus you're given a test because that's what gives you a testimony. And when you are given a test and thus you have a testimony, God gives you that testimony so you can go forth and spread your word to the world so that they can live and get experience is the best teacher. You don't have to fall and bust your head to the white meat to understand that busting your head to the white meat hurts. For if I share my testimony with you, you can avoid the pitfalls of life that will get you to the head bust. Another thing that is widely espoused and said, baby, I don't have to tell nobody I'm a woman of God. All I got to do is be. You will know God is in me by feeling and enduring, experiencing me. You will see God when you experience me. That's what a TI is. I live a godly life. Also, let me remind some of y'all scallywags. I've been fighting this fight for 25 years. Trust and believe. If they thought they could drag me, if there was all type of muck and mire to drag me, but they would have done it a long time ago. So move it like a bomber cloud. I know what God's still working on me with. I know how God is still working on me. And I'm transparent. You see this mouth? Baby, I come for you, correct receipts and correct change. And I cry aloud and I spare not. Is it colorful sometimes? Yes, because that is the Lowry seasoning salt of my discussion and my communication. I'll pepper you down with some cuss words. That's my cross to bear. That's what God is working on me with. I ain't gonna say my time, what people will call late, because I told y'all on Chronos time and I'm on Kairos time. Kairos time is God's time. It's a whole different level of timing. So when people be like, "What you girl, you late?" No, I'm right where I'm supposed to be in God's time. And if you believe in God's time, you will stop espousing that whole you're late, this person is late, this person ain't do this person ain't do that. You cannot believe in God and contradict him at the same time. I had people come here, oh, you try to push a narrative. You was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Listen, boo-boo, I'm a child of God. My name, that my mother can't even tell me where she got the name, is literally Natanya, which means child of God. What Karen mean? No disrespect to the Karen in our chat. We love you, Karen, Auntie Karen. What does being a Karen mean? We know what that means. It is weaponizing your whiteness against a group of people you perceive to be demonized or subjugated to you, and thus wielding your whiteness like Paul Bunyan's axe in order for you to get your way and to cause harm or problem to those people. Now, I said, Emmett Till, but there's countless other people who fell victim to white fragility and tears. And that, I got my nerd herd in my chat is full of white people. I love my white sisters. This ain't against y'all. This is against colonizers who weaponize their whiteness to abuse other people. That whole, I can't be racist, my boyfriend is Indian. Listen here, honey. Listen here. One of y'all favorite presidents, Thomas Jefferson, he got a whole, when I say black, I'm talking black, blue, black. I'm talking black like Senegalese black. And all flavors in the rainbow. He got a whole side of the family called the Hemings family because he was married to Martha Jefferson. but he was bedding down her half-sister, Sally Hemings, who was a product of mama's baby, papa's maybe, because a slave master was going in her bunk at night, her mama bunk, and she's a product of him. So not only was he had the wife and her sister. Her sister who was a child. If I'm not mistaken, the first time he came into contact with Sally Hemings, she was 13. She had a child when she was, I think, 13 or 14. And there is a whole black family called the Hemings who have done the research. There's some old video footage from back in the days. I'm going to find it for y'all. So on YouTube, I'm sure. Documentaries where they went and did the bloodline test. And baby, them Jeffersons, they related to them Hemings, baby. There's a whole white side of the family, the Jeffersons, and the black side of the family, the Hemings. And they had a big family reunion and came together. A whole bunch of people didn't want to because they felt like the stain of, enslavement and slavery would be upon their family in these current times. And some of the people came and joined with the family and met and sat down. I think they might have had them on the Oprah show one time too, in the 80s, 90s. Do your homework. Use the Google. Use the Google. You will see it. Okay? And here's the deal. Look at the perspective I put. They're claiming that the girl Bangalan, or they called her Bana for short, was a liar because they said he was doing a concert in New York on this day. And she said, listen, honey, the time difference between New York and LA is 3 hours. This is a billionaire who owns a private jet. What would it have taken? Especially after you friggin' harm someone, you would jump on your jet and go to the other coast so you could get away with it. That ain't nothing. That ain't nothing. If this first happened on the night before, early morning of the whatever day of the month it was, and he draped her up and threw her, I believe her. Hung her over the balcony, threw her into the thing. It ain't nothing for him. He got a whole long day before the concert. Concert is that night. He got a whole long day to jump on his private jet and go to another coast. But people, see, if I was on that jury, baby, this whole thing would turn out different. People have to stop injecting their own lack of knowledge and information. That's why I tell people, expand your black mind and your grown mind and your white mind, your Asian mind. Expand your mind. You see people this is what people be like, oh, them people with the this and that, they need to do this and that. Listen here. You think somebody could walk into my place and tell me what I need to do and they never did it? Never let a mother effer who didn't do something tell you how to do what you do. I always tell them, oh, really? Show me. I had to tell one person that came to my shop, oh, what you need to do is what you need. I said, you see that thing over there? I had a big glass window in my shop. I said, you see that over there? It was like, what? Looking at the window. I said, look over there. Go to the window and look. What? What happened? I said, you see across the street where that place over there say for rent? Go rent it. Open a business and show me how to do it. Because other than that, you Monday morning quarterbacking. You armchair quarterbacking. You know, when you say, hey, I'm going to quit my job and open a business, and you got them people in your face, girl, you don't know nothing about no business. You better keep that good state job. Oh, you people of lack and fear. See, you got to remember, many of us in this world are not on this. I had this amazing conversation with Kaylee. Many of us are not on the same level in this life. I know my spirit, my soul is old, baby. I'm ancient. People don't say, wow, you can do that too. What they say to me is, oh my God, what can't you do? You can do everything. I can. And somebody said, my God, every time I turn around, there's something else that you do. You can do everything. You want to know why I can do everything? And what I said to them, and as I say to y'all, and I say to everybody, the only reason I could do everything is because all of the skills, abilities, and professions that every time my spirit, my soul, housed another meat suit and had another life, everything that every single one of, I've lived so many times. My spirit is so ancient and so old that every body that my spirit, every person that my spirit inherited their body and was in that body, everything they've ever, all of those lifetimes have been able to do still is resonant on this spirit and soul. And I can do everything any of them could have done. That's why I can do so many things. I speak things into existence. I'll say, I can yada, yada, yada. But here's what I caution people in my chat to remember. I got eyes to see and ears to hear. So I see y'all in other people's chat talking junk too. I see y'all talking junk. Now, if you was a junk talker and you be in my chat and they chat talking junk and you don't realize I see you, then you would be like, oh, she ain't talking about me. Or perhaps if you don't be in other people's chat talking junk, you would never have to worry. But if you do, reacquaint yourself with, could she have seen me over there talking junk and espousing that I believe in you and you this, that, the third? I keep telling y'all. Like that Steven Seagal movie, March for Death, when Screwface, it said, Screwface, about 4 head and 2 eye, 2 head and 4 eye. And people's like, what does that mean? What does that mean? People couldn't understand. Screwface. It was the guy who played the roster with that horrible Jamaican accent back in the 80s. Marked for that Steven Seagal movie. Screwface. Him have 2 head and 4 eyes. I said, oh, he's a twin. Everybody else was like, a twin? That's not what that means. You're not a twin. Yes, he was. 2 heads, 4 eyes. He's a twin. Makes total sense when you put it that way, huh? See, please know what y'all not gonna do when y'all come to this channel is play in my face. I'm nobody's sucker and I ain't nobody's fool. And I might have been born at night, but it wasn't last night. Don't come to my channel playing in my face when I see you at other people's channel espousing how great they are and how others are so jealous of them. Because let me tell you something about good old me. I ain't jealous of nobody. Ain't nothing none of y'all got that I want. Baby, I got the ear of the Most High God. I got a relationship with my Father God that rivals the relationship some of y'all got with y'all intimate partner and your childrens. Okay? You ain't got nothing I want. Nothing. Nothing. I got the spirit of discernment. I got wisdom. I have the anointing. I am God's chosen one. You want to know how I know? Shot in the face with a 9mm hollow point bullet called a cop killer. That only, out of everyone shot in the face, only 5% survive and only 3% have cognition. The other 2% are comatose. They're vegetative state. I know I'm a chosen one, contrary to what you believe or what you think or what you want to think. Oh yeah, or like, there you go, Sasha P, like the nanobot eyes in the back of the head. From the Outer Limits. So while you out here capping on other people's channel for them telling how great they are and they the best thing since sliced bread, don't come over here playing in my face. I don't need it. I don't need it. I be seeing y'all. Just please know that, all of y'all. I be seeing y'all. Keep telling y'all. I know these internet streets is such that there's so much going on you think people don't see, but baby, I'm nearly rocked on any city block on the internet, digitally and in real time. Okay? So don't play with me. I'm here about my Father's business. I'm here about speaking truth to power. I'm here about setting things straight, setting narrative straight and espousing truth. I'm here about this good discipleship. Don't come over here and play with me. I don't need a fangirl. I appreciate my subscribers. I appreciate my Nerd Herd family. I love y'all. This is mutually beneficial. It serves the need of your needs and mine. I'm not out here self-aggrandizing. I'm better than y'all. Girl. No, this is mutually beneficial. I need y'all as much as you need me. We both get something out of the deal. And if it ain't like that, I don't want it. If I don't have a mutually beneficial relationship, me now want it. I don't want it. You see that one-sided stuff, baby? Tell them amazing love. Telling the truth. You see that one-sided stuff? That point, that part. Hey, Censored. Hey, Sister Natanya. Do you hear her? I sees all of y'all. Don't think. LaQuana Miller, you got everything you need from God. That's right. I calls everybody out. I might highlight you and all. Carrots, don't think I ain't seen you. I seen you. If you was in somebody else's chat today or any other day talking junk, I seen you. I seen you. And just to prove I ain't lying, me and K-Leg was watching together. We seen you. Tell me if I'm lying, K-Leg. This is not a love fest. We can disagree and still come together over carrots in the end without disrespect. Sasha P said, "Oh, you ain't got to say who we talking about, K-Leg, but all I want you to do is verify in the chat. Were we not on the phone having a discussion, seeing people playing in my face together? We were. I'm not saying nothing to espouse no thing or make it look a particular kind of way. I'm speaking facts. I'm speaking facts. Sure enough, I was on the phone with K-Leg when we noticed it. So please, I'm not telling you where to go. The internet is free. The internet is available to all who wants to endeavor. And I don't own anyone because I don't own people. See, that's control. I don't espouse control. See, people think if you, the person who sells 5 million records is better than the person who sells 500,000 records. No. Anybody pushed by mainstream, I don't trust them no how. Okay? So go on with your little 5 million records, 3/4 of which your record company paid for and shipped a bunch of money. See, this is the scam they used to do with record sales. Just when your companies used to report, oh, he got 4 million sales the first week, but it's not sales, it's shipped. They used to report the number of albums they shipped and act like those were sales. No. And then when SoundScan came along and literally goes by sold, that whole thing had to change. That's why some people went triple platinum the first day, in the first week. Now you see people's record sales be 350,000. Some people be 35,000, like your boy, the Love album. Not too much love on that. He went double wood because ain't no love in him. As we say in the hood, something in the milk ain't clean. Please be aware, if you was on a live today and you was talking the whoop-de-woo, we saw you. Okay? So don't come up in here like, I just love y'all so much. You the bestest in the whole wide world, girl. No. Zone Zoe. Okay? And yes, Khadijah, this is your girl who survived Diddy, absolutely. And I heard you called, what were you called? Khadijah? It's Khadijah. I know it's Khadijah, but you know you would have to be of the culture to know that. So yes, Khadijah, it is I. Thank you for being here, my love. Keisha says she's back in a few minutes. Right, not here yet. Okay. That album was odd, very odd, because it was created with demonic. See, a lot of the things for which he was convicted of or being tried for in this trial was going on. He was in a space of demonic encumbrances. And when he was filming that, it's going to get, it's like blood splatter. It's just going to get on you. It's going to get everywhere. That part. No one minds people checking other podcasts. Just the BS over here smiling, and then over there being disrespectful to the same one you was just smiling in their face is shady. Tell them amazing love. And me and K-Leg was watching it together. Just so you don't think it's just my word against somebody. Come in, I play that game. I don't play my word. Let me tell y'all something, and I've said it so many times here before. I never play a game of your word against mine. Y'all know how I get down. I play your word against you. Because I know humans. Humans are still an ever-evolving thing, and sometimes they are low-hanging fruit pickers, and they rise to the heights of their low-hanging fruit. See, some people don't like a plum unless it's hanging on the ground, got dust and twigs and berries and sedentary rock on that shit. That's when they love it. But they don't like that good, that June plum where you have to climb in the people them tree and pull from the top. And your neighbor have a stick and he beat in the stick and say, hi girl, come out of me tree. Where you digging up my things and them for? because I don't just want the plum, baby. I want that ripe one all the way at the top. That one that has a variation in color, that it's hanging on a limb where, in order to get it, I got to risk my life. No risk, no reward, boo. That is the sweetest plum of all. Many times I fall from the tree climbing to get that plum. I don't do low hanging fruit, boo boo. I don't like dust on my fruit. Mm-hmm. Now, I know that's a hard concept for people to grasp at times, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Tell them, Kayla, cite your sources. I cite my sources by what I see. And I watched you people over there. Click. We love you, BJ. Those people are hating on you and all that stuff. We watched y'all. We saw y'all. Mason said, much love, Natanya. Peace, love, and happiness to all. Have to run, store run, but hope you do another live. See y'all later. I will come back on later. Let me get to some of these other topics too. Oh, it's all good, Lori, if you click in late. You listen, it's all about being here. Sasha said, craving soursop all of a sudden. I would love some too. I mean, the teacher, she cracking that whip. Let me get to these other topics. So this gentleman, Clayton, I believe his name is Clayton Howard. I could be wrong, but that's coming to my head. The gentleman who is suing Cassie and Puffy. If y'all believe that foolishness, y'all know when I do that head whip, I whip my hand back. When I do that head whip, it be the annoyance. It be the unmitigated goal. First, all you know what I done see, as the Trinis and them done see. First to begin, there is something in the law called, let me put it up for y'all, because I just like to show people instead of all you're just taking, I am saying so. Talk amongst yourself for a moment. Okay. Let me share my screen so y'all can see something, because I don't like to sometimes, listen, I don't need to, I cite my sources because I'm all about giving you facts, and feelings ain't fact. Clayton Bigsby. Okay. Let me show y'all something. Let me share my screen and show y'all some lovely things. Which is why as soon as I saw his thing, I said, I want to do that boy, yeah. The unclean hands doctrine is an equitable defense that prevents a party from receiving equitable relief, like an injunction or specific performance, if they have engaged in unethical or wrongful conduct related to the subject matter of their claim. It essentially means someone who has unclean hands cannot seek the help of the court to resolve their dispute. Because you know me, I ain't a lawyer like some people on YouTube, but I play one on TV. Now, how you gonna sue somebody for a freak off when you were selling ass for a living? Last time I checked, that's called prostitution. It's illegal. Illegal, I say. Illegal. The unclean hands, let me describe it in layman's terms. The unclean hands mean if you is a rogue dealer on 2nd Street and you consider that whole territory your area, you cannot sue the rogue dealer on 3rd Street for selling in your, because that's your corner. Y'all both doing something illegal and tearing down the community. You cannot seek equity or relief from the courts for your unclean hands. Hurt feelings, you think you impregnated her. If we saw a whole grid of, I think it was about 12 to 16 men, where he was intermittently switching out one and the other and using all these men for his freak-offs, what made you so special? Not the least of which is you up there bigging up yourself. I was with them for 8 years. So what, you had a boyfriend complex? You thought you was Habu? Thought you was Habu? My darling, he was convicted of prostitution. Okay? thus saying the protected person he was convicted of forcing into prostitution is a protected victim witness. She does not own any or bear any responsibility for what she was forced into doing on rugs against her will. Even if you thought see, he got a boyfriend complex. She enjoyed it. You thought, dude. You thought. She ain't never left him and said, you know what? Even though this is the Tootsie Roll factory over here, Clayton Bigsby over here be laying that pipe. I'm going to leave Tootsie Roll to be with you because that's what's more important to me. No, see, you thought that your wood was so good. You thought your wood was so good that she shoulda, woulda, could left him and stayed with you. You had a boyfriend complex. Oh, boo-boo. Thou doth protest too much with your unclean hands. You was doing something strange for a piece of change, and now you want the courts to intervene? You dummy. Who charged you for this lawsuit? Because you's a whole dummy. You's a whole dummy. Are you in? You fix your mouth. So mind you now, I heard somebody on a live say, oh, that's my Uber driver. Not Uber. He's my Amazon delivery guy. I know you ain't fixed your Amazon delivery behind. And Amazon delivery guys, we love you guys because you bring all the goodies to me. My daughter stay employing y'all. Y'all employed because my daughter stay ordering, okay? No disrespect to y'all. I don't mean no disrespect at all. But you mean to tell me, now I know Amazon employees say, Amazon doesn't pay us well and we have to have second and third jobs to make ends meet. Your second and third job was selling booty cakes. You were selling booty cakes. You were selling wood or freezer meat, according to your compadre. Or there's real mad and truth, you know. Or there's outer, or there's mine. Big, big, big. Let me put the unclean hands doctrine back up on the stage for those who don't know. For those who don't understand, let me make it bigger. The unclean hands doctrine is an equitable defense that prevents, that means you cannot do it, prevents a party from receiving, that means something you would get of benefit, equitable relief like an injunction or specific performance if they have engaged in unethical or wrongful conduct related to the subject matter of their claim. So you was doing something strange for a piece of change. You was getting paid to perform schmeck shacks, aka prostitution, and sorry Rastas, we don't want to disrespect you. Schmostitution. You was engaged in schmostitution, and you want to go to the court and say, I know I was selling booty cakes, but she touched my booty cake when I said no. Mister, move your leg up. So I move on way. Your 5 minutes of fame is up. Get on the chuck wagon with the rest of the grifters. Please get on the chuck wagon with the rest of the grifters. Move your blood clot down the road and go. You are insane. There is no court in the land that would give you injunctive relief, nor would they give you a payoff when you were committing illegal crimes. This man just got federally convicted for prostitution. You next, fool. You are next. You went and admitted on multiple live streams that you was selling booty cakes, and for 8 years, no less. You didn't do it once or twice. You didn't say, oh, here's an ad on where they said they was finding out the pink pony or something like that. Craigslist, the street corner. You wasn't down on you. You wasn't down bad. And you was like, oh, here's this ad. Let me answer this ad. No, sucker. You was out there getting it how you live it for 8 years. Consistency. How endearing, darling. Let me ask you a question. Did you pay FICA and any other taxes? Did you pay Medicare and Social Security taxes? Did you pay the federal government their cut of your earnings? Did you file a tax return and put the earnings from your booty cake sales on that tax return? Did you let them know you was doing something strange for a piece of change? You paid taxes on that? You is a real old mother You crazy? Boy, this man is unbelievable. You literally brought your big grown self, adult, age of consent, adult man. Boy, y'all red pillars, all you're crazy, you know. You can tell it is open season on women just by virtue of the fact and how many people have come out and attacked. They literally tried to espouse the notion that Cassie was the ringleader, the diabolical ringleader of all this stuff, and that poor Diddy just was following suit because poor little old thing, why that little old Tootsie Roll couldn't satisfy her, and so he just had to go and please her any way she could. It was against his will, I do declare. What? There's an old reggae song, one of my favorites. It's a good song because it tells a narrative. One man can't satisfy her. She needs more wood for the fire. Sex price getting higher. There's more money she require. House, car, and land she require. But from the prostitution work she can't retire. Flames and fires burn the sex seller and the buyer. Listen here, brother. If you don't get your genital warts, no lineup having, down bad 8 years later, booty cake selling tail, on out of here and jump on that covered wagon, the gravy train with the rest of the grifters, get from round here now, boy. You look crazy, insane, deranged, I say. Deranged even. Perhaps you were the haggard, freak, deranged, demonic that they was talking about. Maybe BJ got it wrong. Maybe it was you and she misquoted. Because you're mod no raw, Tini. Mod. And all of the people reporting your story like, oh, do tell us more, are out of their mind too. And that is how you can tell where the Diddy dollars land. Any reporter, any content creator worth their salt that is pushing that, espousing that narrative, yeah, baby, booty cake sales is nasty work. Mind you, I'm sure he has a partner, a significant other, an intended. Even out here talking about, oh, one time, you know, Diddy tried to perform cunnilingus on Cassie and jumped in front of him, bucket naked, and tooted that thing on up. Tooted it up, waiting for him to get some booty cakes. And he talk about, what you doing, man? I don't get down like that. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You did it for 8 years. You were selling booty cakes. You just don't want to tell that part. Because you know Cassie respects her privacy and she's not telling anything. And she's just moved on with her life and her husband and doing her good thing. And you mad because you want to tell your booty cake story. Right Sound Studio said, if I was his lawyer, you might just want to go home and not bring this to me. Listen, if he walks into court, he better watch out that some federal marshals are not waiting there to put them Chanel's on him. Okay? Make sure they're not waiting there to put them Chanel's on you, honey, behind your back, because you have admitted to a crime. And you did this crime for 8 years, baby. Let's somebody look up. You understand that the statute of limitations starts where the last act occurred. So what's the statute of limitations on your booty cake selling? The last time you sold booty cakes that you admitted to publicly and we could prove, whatever that last time is, that's when your clock runs, boo. You's a whole fool. You's a whole fool. My God. But this is what I'm talking about. This is why you need thinkers on the jury. There should be a qualification test to sit on a jury. And listen, when I run for public office, you guys said you'd support me. When I run for public office, I'm going to make this one of my platforms. Because we need, like Marcy and Sil Sims said of their store Sims, this lovely department store in New York that sold a lot of designer goods at reasonable price. They said an educated consumer is our very best customer. I agree. You must be educated. I think there needs to be a test for people to be able to sit on a jury and make a substantive decision, because this ball was dropped, baby. The ball wasn't just dropped. Oh, baby, they played kickball with this thing. The ball was dropped. Then it rolled out the schoolyard, into the street, into traffic. And then one of them cars hit the ball and it flinged the ball across the highway. The ball was dropped, okay? But let me move on to my next topic, because the teacher is cracking that whip. You don't hear it? Cracking the whip. If only well, I hear somebody sent to me and said that the jury, oh yes, honey, you heard it completely correct, Tesha with a D. I'm going to run for public office. Now that I'll have all this free time. Once my baby girl is at college, I'll have a lot of free time. And I've been having this discussion for in excess of, before I got shot, I was having a discussion with my mother and my aunt about running for public office. I promise you. And you know I got shot 25 years ago, so that tells you how long this discussion has been afoot. The time has come. Everything in God's time. Let's see. Let me show y'all another lovely thing. Remember when we were on here the other day and I told you we were discussing what the possibility of the sentencing, what kind of time. If you remember how many years I said, I threw my head back and submitted myself unto God. And I said, Father God, tell me what you think the time will be. If you remember thank you so much, Margie. Margie said, I will vote for you. Thank you, my love. I appreciate that. Everybody in the chat, if you remember the number of years I said that God said to me, and I was like, well, is it 8? Well, idiots. Sometimes I just talk too much. But how many years did I say? What did I say when I asked God the number of years? What did he reveal to me? Well, let me show you guys something. Let me show y'all something, because I doesn't be trying to be, I don't know if y'all are aware of a lady named Megan Cuniff. Megan Cuniff is a journalist, but a legal journalist. She is very, very accomplished, a journalist who knows a lot about legal. She does commentary on a lot of legal cases and all that. And Megan Cuniff, is it going to open that picture? Hold on. My bad, y'all. My bad, y'all. Hold on one second. Let me fix this picture, because only certain kind of images will show. So now y'all remember what I said. I didn't come up with it on my own. I prefaced it by saying, I prayed to God and said, Father God, please let me know what kind of time. I even prefaced it by saying, I can't understand why God would let me exist in a lifetime, twice in a lifetime, having this man get off on charges that he did to survivor victims, that it hurt me to my core. It was like a sucker punch to the gut, and that at least he was convicted of 2 things. And how much time does God think that he would be able to get? Okay, let me pull this lovely item up for you guys. I said good. I said 8. Let me show y'all something. Let me stop sharing the screen. Let me show y'all something. This is not my words. I only saw it and I said, well, isn't that interesting? And if you're not aware of who Megan Cuniff is, you look her up. She's always on Law and Crime and all that stuff. Feds indicate at least 6 to 8 years in prison as judge finalizes Diddy's sentencing date. Prosecutors appear ready for a novel argument under a recent federal guidelines amendment that prohibits acquitted conduct from being considered at sentencing. So, now, I see you guys have put in the chat 8. What does that say? At least 6 to 8. I consult with God. I told y'all, I didn't come up with this on my own. Guys, you see on the bottom of the ticker, it says the $, the dopest nerd, and $ K-Lig. Please support your mod and your dopest nerd if you so choose. Be kind, send a little gift, cup of coffee, wherever we get our coffee from, send a cup of coffee, whatever. I said that, right? Now, I'm not a I told you so person, but the only way that you know that God has his prophetic ones on this earth is if we have to say something, if we have to make a prophecy, and then God will prove it on the back end. Now, listen, this is purely speculation. You can see this is not something I created. This is something created by them. They're over in the internet, in real life, in the courthouse and all that. It says prosecutors. You're not there upon the prosecution. I'm not one of the prosecutors. However, this is what they are surmising. Whether that's going to mean 4 years and 4 years, or 8 for each, 6 to 8 for each count, whatever it means, I don't know. Remember, I even made that equivocation on this very live. Listen, I take no pleasure in being right, but except for the fact that my Father's house is exemplified and edified in this world. I'm about my Father's business. Those who don't know what that means I am here on God's assignment. So while you spend your time hating me, you spend your time coming against me, you waste your time. In fact, I always admonish people, don't waste your time trying to come against me, because God said, touch not my anointed and do my prophets no harm. I've watched him slap people down in real time. Don't do it to yourself. Baby, that internet dragon that's going to come for somebody who's racist and weaponizing her whiteness against black people and calling them demons and doing too much, baby, don't make me take this to TikTok and tell the internet to do what they do. Don't make me, because you will be setting it upon yourself. You walked it out. You can't restrain yourself. You put your fiance up there today and baby, that live was not given what it's supposed to give. Please. That live is giving CIA set. And it just, what you think is exposing, baby, it's not giving what it's supposed to give. I hope you don't think. Oh, honey, Regina, baby, you definitely gonna have to catch it on the replay, gang. Our sister Regina said, I just came in, sis, what are you talking about? Sounds like I missed something good. Oh, honey, everything in the kitchen sink. Everything in the kitchen sink, boo-boo. And I'm about to cut it short so y'all can catch the replay, gang, because I don't want to drag it too long. And the teacher, everybody throw some Panamanian flags in the chat for your girl K-Leg up in the house, cracking that whip on me. Click, click. Watching that time. And I love her for it. When I tell you I love her for it, I absolutely love it. I gave my dog a haircut last night, guys. It took me hours to do. Look how scrawny and little he looked now. Who changed that? Look at Kobe. But there was hold on, a few more things I had to. I think I about covered everything. Oh, K-Lake also sent me something that said there's supposedly a $60,000 payoff. Diddy's team gifted over $60K to content creators for trial coverage. What did I tell y'all? Come on now. And that directly came from Tisa Tells. What did I tell y'all? Did I not say? Did I not do the math on how are these people paying for their New York stay? Did not pull out this good old trusty dusty calculator. Huh? Did I not do the math on how much? Throw some Panamanian flags in the chat, y'all. Hit up. Let's support our girl K-Lake. Throw them flags in the chat. Where them flags at? Where them flags at? Oh, they know where my flag is. Oh, she got her boots on the ground. Where them flags at? Oh, she got her boots on the ground. Yeah, come on, represent for our girl K-Lake up in here, representing for us, giving us that good moderation, honey. The teacher. No, matter of fact, I know what I want to call K-Lake, the headmaster. You know, the headmaster, the head of the school, the one that you know you got to stay in line and make sure all your stuff is, that's the headmaster. She's our headmaster mod. Thank you, Afrolicious. Thank you, Afrolicious, Alice RN. I never understood how they could all afford to stay for 2 months straight. Well, some people was out there doing something strange for a piece of change. In fact, I heard them on someone's live trying to choose it. You gonna buy me a drink? You came here for gay pride. You gonna buy me a drink? Ooh, honey, telling on their whole self. I heard them. I heard them. Told y'all about it before too. I heard them. Oh, thank you, Regina. I heard him on live, and I could go pull the live and snip that part and show y'all. I heard him. Unless the person edited it out, which he probably did, because that person tried to out that person too. And I thought that was very dusty of him. But he was out there doing something strange for a piece of change, honey, to stay in New York, honey. And they talk about musty and dusty. I heard that one was musty and dusty, boo. Because he was out there doing something strange for a piece of change, sleeping outside the courtroom, like he lived outside. And baby, it's hot in New York, okay? You just have to go and wash your hind parts and your skin. SMH, in debt with the devil for 60K. I said, ain't no way. A Reed said, hello, Natanya. I'm late, but I'll also catch the replay from the beginning. Absolutely, my love. Listen here. I did the math. That day, God said, do that math. And I said, you know what? Let's calculate how much it costs. These people would have been into $20,000 for, and then you hear what Secret Service Sam said? He paid $450 for people to stand in line till he couldn't do it no more. He had to start standing in line for himself. He was paying $450 a night for people to hold his place in line until he couldn't do it no more. He said, I'm just going to stand in line for myself. So ask yourself, we didn't even calculate the line standing prices, okay? We calculated room and board. We calculated food. We didn't calculate their flight to New York and their flight home. We calculated being in New York for this trial and maintenance, eating 2-3 times a day, your coffee. Trust me, I'm from New York. You ain't, baby. If the coffee is too cheap, you ain't drinking coffee. Okay? Let me just tell you like that. I did. Thank you, Sasha P. I did the calculations on live. I said a conservative room, I was estimating like a little 3-star hotel, $300. And then I was reminded that no, the price for the $300 room is not a legitimate price because mainstream legacy media came in and they had to house their cameramen, their field reporters, their this, their that, and they took up all the hotel rooms and drove the price up because they have the ability to do it. They got all the hotels close by, so everybody had to fan out and go to outer limits to get hotels, and the prices were driven up. So instead of $300, $600. The price gouge was on because they knew people were in town for the trial. Tons of people. Okay? So that raised it from $10,800 at the 20-something day mark or 30-day mark. That raised it to $20,000 plus. Y'all seen it. And YouTube only paid us once when they were there. Okay? Y'all seen what I was talking about. So get into that, T. Why I heard that former YouTube content creator on the very live where he tried to out someone else out and he tried to get picked up. You gonna buy me something to drink? You gonna take me out and give me a drink? I heard him espouse that his channel was taken and he lost $7,500. So YouTube ain't paid you, boo. What you was doing? Something strange for a little piece of change. Let me get that disclaimer, headmaster. Did the math. See, I don't play your word against mine. I play your word against you. Your word against you. I don't play that your word against mine game because I know what humans do. Given the opportunity, they're going to lie. Unfortunately, I'm too concerned with what my Father thinks about me to lie. And I'm talking about my Heavenly Father. Dishing with the D said, yes, I can only imagine during Christmas there's $1,000 a night in New York. Absolutely. It is not unheard of because it's a heavy tourist period. People come in to see the Rockettes, to see the Christmas tree, Oh, baby. Oh, trust and believe. We live in a capitalist society, and New York is the triple OG of capitalism, baby. I tell you, when I was 11 years old, I wrote a project for school. We had to write an essay. I wrote a project. I was assigned New York. I said, New York is the financial, entertainment, and political epicenter of the world. And it still is. So you tell me how some content creators that live in middle America that live in, like they say, a podunk little old town where the apple pies is good and everybody knows your name. How comes you can't afford to stay in New York for 8 weeks and YouTube only paid you once until almost towards the end, and then you got a second? How comes you can afford? And I'm not pocket watching, but you spend $20,000 to stay in New York for the length of the Diddy trial? I know people from Midwestern towns that, baby, McDonald's in New York. Listen, I doesn't eat no McDonald's. I am using McDonald's as an illustration for grabbing a quick bite to eat. In anywhere USA, McDonald's, a Happy Meal, but not a Happy Meal, but what they call it? What's the? A combo might be $7, $8 in anywhere USA. A combo in New York about $15. Okay, and that's New York. A combo. The dollar menu, I don't even think they have a dollar menu. You might get a little half of a cheeseburger on the dollar menu. I don't know, maybe they cut the cheeseburger in half and give you half for $1. I'm telling you what I know. That's my city. I cut my teeth in New York. That's where I was raised. So you cannot tell me about New York, especially when it's when you just landed and you don't know the lay of the land and you came thinking you was the boss. Storm AF said in the Midwest, Nowheresville, it's like $10. So if it's $10, then it's way more than that in New York. I remember, okay, everybody drop in the chat, how much is the movies in your city? How much is a movie ticket? I know people don't go to the movies that much, but the last time you went to the movies, just for a one movie ticket in your city, how much is a movie ticket? Because I remember before Nirvana was born, when the movies in New York was $25. Nirvana was born 17 years ago. So y'all saying $20, $18. I remember when the movies was $25 or $22 in New York 17 years ago. Okay? 17. I'm telling you, it ain't nothing to play. Forget about concessions. If you go to the movies, yes. So please understand, this ain't Anywheresville, USA. Barbara said it's 12 in Michigan. Okay? I need y'all to know. Yes, honey. Yes, the other Sarah, powder in that nose. As they say in the South, tootin' powder. That's what they call it. They tootin' powder. That's what they call it. I ain't making it up. I'm just telling you what they call it. Yes. Kelvina Moore said, 1975 downtown Brooklyn, Alamo Theater. They bring the food at your seat. Okay, that must be something special. That must be recession prices, because baby, I remember 17 years ago, we used to go to the Court Street movie theater downtown Brooklyn, and it was $22, okay? 17 years ago. I remember because I did go back home for a little bit right before I get pregnant, and we went to the movie theater, me and my friend, and she said, come now, we go by Court Street. And I was like, okay, Court Street. And those triple OGs who know, there was my stepfather used to work on Court Street. The law firm was across the street and up a little, like Caddy Corner. And right across the street, there was a place that used to make fried whiting sandwiches. They used to sell fried whiting, baby, the best fried whiting sandwiches. And everybody used to come over there to Court Street to get it. Triple OG stuff. You got to know where that is. Oh, Kelvina Moore. It's at the old Albee Square Mall. Albee Square Mall was my stomping grounds as a teenager, baby. In fact, I got my first bank account from that dime bank that was Caddy Corner right across from the entrance to Albee Square Mall. The dime savings bank. I got my first when they first put ATM. Yes. And you first had the nice or the star logo on the back, and that's how you know you could use the ATM. Does it have the nice or star? Yeah, yes, all them old type of days. And I was a teenager, yes, absolutely. Remember back in the days, they had the dollar movie theater. If you were in Anywheresville, USA. Mm-hmm. But not New York. Sasha said rechecked $23 or $24, $23 to $24 for a ticket. I know. That's what I'm talking about. So what Olia was doing, and mind you went up there to cover the trial, but you're gonna have, no matter where you go, you're gonna get a little entertainment, you're gonna go have a drink. How Olia could afford that? How Olia was affording all of that? Or was everybody doing something strange for a piece of change? I don't know. I ain't saying, I'm just saying. I'm only asking questions. I don't know. But yeah, Nowheresville and Anywheresville, because we can't forget them. They make up the middle of the country. Like I always say, if you got a loaf of bread and you got an end of bread on one end and an end of bread on the other, what's in the middle? Bread. And Anywheresville and Nowheresville is the bread of society. They are the middle of the bread. If you take out a slice here and a slice there, it's all bread. Now, if you're going to eat bread, by all means, please consume something that's better for yourself. If you press down on the top of the bread and you remove your fingers, you press that bread down and you remove your fingers and the bread is not pressed down and it pounces right back up in your hand and fluffs right back up, don't buy that bread. And if you're going to eat some bread, consider sourdough bread. Sourdough bread is the best for you. The very best is sprouted grains, Ezekiel bread. However, it's an acquired taste if you ain't about that life. You can get there, but it's going to take some time. There's a learning curve. However, if you want to eat something that is skewed on the healthier side, I would suggest sourdough bread. The views expressed by the Dopest Nerd are protected by the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. Guys, I'm trying to control the length of these videos because I realize that I be on here. So, by all means, y'all could have been anywhere in the world, but you chose to be here with us, and we appreciate you. On the Dopest Nerd, it's not about dragging people. It's not about going tit for tat because I'm too grown for that. I am far too fly for that. It is about speaking truth to power. It is about seeing a lie and calling that lie out. It is about making sure we cry aloud and spare not. What that means is speak out and don't spare anyone. Make sure you set the record straight, especially as you know it. Shout out to our guy, Secret Service Sam. You guys make sure you go over and like his page, subscribe, and let's help him get his views up. And we have to thank him for coming over and giving us the first-hand account. Because like he said, he's a white man. He said she was the most entitled Karen he had seen in a long time. And that she weaponized her whiteness to bully a bunch of black people, not just black ladies, black men. How come she didn't put the black man's face? You said you took all these pictures and you got evidence. Why you don't have a picture of Michael up there? Whose spot you stole? Why you don't got a picture of Secret Service Sam up there? Because the grift won't go with that. See, if you had a white man to it, then the story just don't pass the smell test for your latest grift, because the chuck wagon is leaving or has left and you need a new grift. And this ain't about white and black. This is about, because we got flavors of all kind in this nerd herd. We are family, baby. We are family, and we got a narrative of everybody belongs here. We welcome everybody. We all are part of a larger family. But what we won't tolerate is Karenism. And that is why Karenism has its own dichotomy, because it's a trope. It is a thing. It is a power dynamic in this structure of power when people weaponize their whiteness and what that, and white woman tears, baby. No, souls, that's right, Storm AF. I love souls first. That's right. We're not coming here. We're not pitting our people one against the other. What we're saying is we know what it is. You notice in all those pictures, she hasn't pictured Secret Service Sam anywhere. Why? Why? He told her, she was like, that is a hell ass dog right there. You know he wasn't lying. That's exactly. In fact, I could see her through him, because that's exactly how she acts and carries on with her black scent. Let's call it what it is. Let's call it what it is. Keep the whole same energy. The fact that you got pictures of these women, you don't have a picture of Sam, you didn't put a picture of Michael, you wanted to weaponize your whiteness against black women. You heard what Michael said? Michael was on the call-in on AT2, on the AT2 show, where Sam was talking and the other ladies were talking. They said, I saw Diamond speak, I saw JC speak, I saw Celebrity Wanderlust speak, and I heard Michael speak because he was on the phone, and Secret Service Sam speak. And all of them espoused the whole time. These women have been on the line for 8 weeks, the entirety of the Diddy trial, and jury selection. Ask yourself why nobody else has a story about them. Ask yourself why nobody else has a tale about them. And why would someone who went to law school and understands the tenets of the law and what, hold on one second. I just want to show y'all something. Well, hold on one moment. Because I want y'all to understand. Hyperbole is the exaggerated, nuance that people create when they are telling a story. The federal marshals all had to come in, multiple federal marshals had to rescue. Baby, listen here, darling. Federal marshals don't play. Those are law enforcement agents. They will lock your ass up if you come in the courthouse and play. Okay? It's just like you ain't going to go in a movie theater and scream fire. You're not going to go in the airport and scream bomb. You're not going to go in a courthouse and cut a fool. You're not going to do it. So this narrative that multiple federal agents had to come to your rescue against the demonic, dusty, haggard, freak black women? No. Because see, when you talk about them and you call them those names, you're literally talking about me too. And every black woman that holds her head high walks this street making $1 out of 15 cents, keeping it high, just because you came on the last day and you wanted to be the star. Look what you did. The cheese stands alone. You're going to stand alone when that internet get a hold of your ass and drag you all over the internet for your racism. Because, baby, I'm going to call you out. Internet, do what you do. Since you want to be calling black women out their name, a whole white man came here today, Secret Service Sam, and told us a firsthand account of what happened. You know how many people succumb to death? You know how many stories exist in history of a white woman's tears? A white woman who's weaponizing her whiteness and her fragility tears. You know how many people are dead at the hand of that? I can run off a countless list for you. Don't make me do a whole show dedicated to that. Don't make me do it. The cheese stands that, and you know what that is? Storm AF. That is symmetry. That's how you know you're in the right place. Me and K-Lig have these discussions all the time. I can't tell you the symmetry that goes through our conversations. You would be astounded if you knew all of the symmetry. Astounding. And I always tell people, don't just go by, because I am, well-spoken, a bit dramatic, very funny, witty, I have charisma. Try my spirit by the spirit. Ask God, seek God first. You ain't got to take my word for it. Say, God, should I watch her and follow? Ask God. Let's see how many other content creators tell you to ask God if you should follow them. Let's see. Go do a list. Go check. Go check and see if they asking that. They not. Because if you got to ask God, he going to tell you, baby, I've been knocking on your shoulder telling you to kick rocks off of that show for a long time. Hey, she said, I started whistling it like Omar on The Wire. Listen, Omar on The Wire, honey, they best to run because Omar didn't play. Omar went to the corner store to get him some cornflakes in them purple satin pajamas with a robe open and a cigarette hanging in his mouth. Okay? He don't play. But absolutely unequivocally, she was asking her subscribers for footage and pics. Where is her evidence? Compilation video that she was going to do. Did she ever post it? No, but I'll show you what she did post to denigrate two black women who have created a business of line holding. And listen, this woman just didn't come to this like BJ showed up on the last day. They've been doing it. They were there for the entirety of the 8 weeks. They have a system. Everybody respects their system and works with them. They created a business of line holding. She didn't just come to the Puffy trial. She did the Trump trial as well. Where's all the people from the Trump trials calling her trusty, dusty, freaks, haggard, stink, musty, all this stuff, demons, and where's everybody at? 8 weeks. How come nobody else got a story about them? Only her. Listen, baby, if it don't pass the smell test, don't allow yourself to be persuaded by this. I know what. Okay, I'm gonna save that meme for another day. I'm gonna save that meme for another day because I got a meme about this, but I'm gonna save it for another day. I don't like what she's doing. This is something different. She said it's going to take her months, and she's going to get. Why is it taking you months? The truth don't take months, baby. Listen. The surgeon who performed my surgery after I got shot in my face was rushing me into surgery and said, Jackie, now, Jackie, you're relatively new here, so I'm going to highlight this for you. Natanya, Natania. I have a very big problem when people call me every other name because I know it is a part of their trope of gaslighting. My name is a special name. It means gift of God. I don't want to be addressed as anything but gift of God. So you can either write out gift of God or Natanya, but not Natasha, not Natalia, not all those other things. Natanya. So phone glitch, it's all good. Just, train your phone to get it together. But I do want people to pay attention to when you see bad acts. If you don't stand up and cry aloud and spare not against someone treating someone poorly, you are telling the world and the universe that you think it's okay, and the universe will bring that energy to you. My mother always said, when one person have a problem with you, 2, maybe 10, maybe it's them. But you see, when plenty people have something to say about you, it's your ass. Get it together, BJ. All you got to do is stop where you are, 10 toes down, apologize, repent for the nasty choices that you've made and the disrespectful, diabolical way in which you featured these Black women, one of which is a professor. Because we didn't even discuss today, we did yesterday, about the portion where they were in the lunchroom, in the cafeteria, and these same women that she claims as haggard freaks that have been for 8 weeks going on Pacer, getting all of the information and updates, downloading and making copies, and then passing it out to the content creators in the cafeteria while they wait to go back in the courtroom so everybody can stay abreast of what's going on in the case. And then she says, oh, please, they can't read. What? Why are you insinuating that some Black women that you don't know can't read? What makes you so good at reading? I heard you tell your whole podunk, I come from a podunk country town. Ain't nobody in my family educated. I went to school and became a lawyer and nobody else. I'm a living. All well and good for you. We appreciate you for that. Kudos to you for busting through the wall and getting educated. But you don't take that and weaponize it against nobody else, baby. I can rival a public school student from the New York City public school system against people who got college degrees, and we'll still outshine them. Please understand that. Please understand that. Stop it with your, they can't read. Why would you assume that these grown Black women who are passing out papers from the Pacer system that have updates about sentencing updates, court updates, and all of this legalese from the court system, why are you assuming that they can't read? How did they go up and get it and print it out if they can't read? Do you not understand the implications of your racist diatribe and narrative about haggard freaks with the wigs and the weaves and the this and the dusty and musty and crusty and all? Come on. That is vernacular in Anywhereville, Podunk Town, Anywhereville. Come on, cut the shenanigans. Cut the shenanigans. That's you. Because, and here's the deal. Don't let it be lost on anyone that I know that they are watching, or your spies are watching and they run and tell that. Because every time I say something, the behavior changes. Less animated. You ain't grabbing no air. You ain't girl and boo and none of that. It all disappeared. Where did it go? If that's just your natural Southern thing, why'd you stop? I ain't see you powdering your nose no more. Why? Where that went? If nothing was wrong with it, you wasn't doing nothing, come powder on. See, it's the changed behavior that connotes that you know you're wrong. And I'm going to say, in the immortal words of Pastor Philip Anthony Mitchell, the most dangerous place in the world is when you can sleep. You can sin and lay down and sleep and don't feel no way about it. Because conviction, God's convicting your spirit, and you feeling the weight of that conviction, and thus correcting yourself and saying, you know what, I apologize, I was wrong. You like that, Kaylee? It was a nice strips. That's that whole West Indian strips. That's a word, and it's a verb, a noun, an adjective, and everything. It could fit wherever it needs to fit. Your lips have to be a certain level of moist to strips your teeth. It fits into a whole lot of places. That's something that's inherently black. When I start seeing you do that, now you got some explaining to do. And I'm not going to say you can't borrow things and people can't appreciate another culture. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is when you co-opt and act like it's all yours, center yourself with your main character syndrome, and then weaponize the very same thing that you're emulating against some women and calling them, oh yes, honey, too many reprobates giving themselves unto a reprobate heart. Oh yes, darling. Well, now you're speaking my language. Yes, Chris Cola. Yes, honey, Sasha P. The Holy Spirit will convict you, and he never misses, baby. See, none of us are above reproach. Shout out to the nerd herd, said Joy. None of us are above the reproach. It is, in my head, that means, baby, please, if you don't stop. That's right. I promise you, what you need to do is, and listen, y'all heard me say it. I've said things and I come back and say, I stand corrected. I apologize. I'm corrected. I'm wrong. And I correct myself, because you have to be, that's what being grown looks like. You made a mistake. You said it. Listen, baby, if you know what I know, because I've warned other content creators. I've warned many content creators, like, oh, you are straddling the line of racism. And here's the deal about it. I can't be racist. My man is Indian. Listen here. You don't get to say what's racist, baby. It's incumbent on the recipient to tell you what they feel. Okay? You don't get to say. You don't get to say. Racism is another Paul Bunyan's act that people wield against others because their end result, they think their ends justify their means. And her end result was getting into that courtroom, and she was willing to stop at nothing to do it. Same way your man said he waited in line for you and paid somebody whatever he paid, $400 or whatever, to get in the thing. Same way JC paid somebody to sit in the line. But your man wanted to be like, oh, she came up at the lady in a denim jacket and she tried to finesse. Well, only your dollars work? You think y'all the only one with dollars? Like, move your bum, sit down. Because y'all working my nerve. Y'all are working my nerve. You doubling down in your racism is not going to end well. Let me just give you this admonishment. Stop now. Repent. Submit yourself unto God. Repent. Make an apology to these women and move forward with your life. End of story. But you see, as long as you are doing this grift and making a documentary, as long as you on the chuck wagon, making the chuck wagon spin the block, I'm going to be standing right there waiting for that chuck wagon to come around and putting out some, rolling out the thing, the spurs, or the little, what they call the spokes, to stop the chuck wagon. You're not grifting on these black women. Not on my watch. No. Oh, absolutely, Cook's Crate. I read it and I told you then. Everything was all good. But I'm going to put you up on a thing. Cook's Crate said, I hope you read my apology, Natanya, came from the heart. And I told you, it was all good. I want you to understand that. I keep telling you, I'm not a grudge holder, except in situations like this. You're not going to denigrate some women who have created a business, because what you don't know, BJ, is those ladies have created a business. They did the Trump trial, other notable trials, and this trial. You just hopped along the last day and decided you was the boss of the whole goddamn world. I got a problem with that. See, I've had people try to weaponize their whiteness against me. I don't tolerate it, and I ain't gonna tolerate it for my sisters either. I ain't gonna tolerate it for that black man that said I had to hang my head down and stay quiet because all they would see is this black man arguing with this little white woman and decide that I was the guilty one. So I put my head down and I just stayed quiet because I didn't want them to get on me or throw me out. Now, why in big old 2025? Mind you, for a black man's trial. Does another black man have to hang his head in shame because he doesn't want you to continue weaponizing your whiteness? They're attacking me. I could see you carrying on, honey. I done seen it in real life before. It got me hot. It got me hot AF. I don't like it. It has to stop. It's 2025. History will tell you of a litany of people who died at the hands of those very crocodile teams. And I will not tolerate. I always say, what did people do when this was happening back in those days when those stories were happening? Who stood up and defended them? Me. I'm going to stand up and defend them. So as long as you try to run this grift, you better find another story and hang your hat on that. As long as you try to do this soft shoe, tap dance, shucking and jiving grift, I'm right there at your neck. It ain't too late. Stop. Repent to God, because all sins are a sin against God. Apologize to these ladies. Apologize to what you did, and perhaps they will find it within their hearts to have mercy and let it go. But right now, you're liable. Oh, let me put that on the stage. That's what I went to. I went and pulled up. Let me share my screen. Glad I said it. You see how God is so merciful? He allows me to say something and remind myself of what I was doing. Libel and slander are both forms of defamation, which is the act of harming someone's reputation through false statements. Libel refers to the defamatory statements that are written or otherwise permanently recorded, as in permanently recording in this medium, putting someone's face on your thumbnail and altering their face to look like a demon, such as in a newspaper, a book, or an online post. Slander refers to the defamatory statements that are spoken or otherwise communicated orally and are not permanently recorded, and they are permanently recorded. Okay? She is absolutely, unequivocally guilty of defamation right now. She is also guilty of libel and slander. Let me just go down a little more for you, because for someone who went to law school, you sure are given a piss poor example of an educated Southern girl who knows all this stuff. Something is wrong with your narrative that you don't see the problem you're creating for yourself. Defamation, a false statement of fact that harms someone's reputation, must be communicated to a third party. You mean her over half of 500,000 or more followers? Yes. Must be published or spoken with fault, negligence, or malice. Must cause damages. Yes. You have you have weaponized your entire fan base to go and harass these women. Must cause damages, either financial or reputational harm. Libel, defamation, is a permanent form, like writing, pictures, or videos, like these pictures. Like doing this to their image, like putting their real face on your thumbnail and on your platform and in your community post, and then using AI to alter their image to this. And I'm going to show you the other ones. And then calling them demons. Let's show you the other ones. Often considered more serious due to its permanence and potential for wider dissemination. Like someone checked the count on her subscribers. Examples include defamatory statements in newspaper articles, a website post, or a social media update, two of which she did. Slander, defamation in a transient form, like spoken words or a live broadcast. And then you done made your fiance liable too. It don't make sense. Both of y'all getting sued. It wasn't good enough for just you. You had to make him go up there and lie too. Both of y'all guilty of libel and slander. Or at least you're guilty of libel, defamation. He's guilty of defamation and slander. And you're guilty of slander as well. Examples include defamatory statements in the news. I read that part. Defamation is a transient form. like spoken words or a live broadcast. Damages are not presumed in slander cases and must be proven by the plaintiff, which I will be a witness, and I'm sure Secret Service Sam will also be, because I saw your live presentation besmirching the integrity of these women. Examples include making false accusations in a conversation, a public speech, or a radio broadcast. Key differences: permanence. Libel is permanent. Written slander is while slander is transient. Publications. Libel involves broader publication, which slander can be localized. Proof of damages. For slander cases, the plaintiff must typically needs to prove specific, and then the screen is sliding down. So, but I just wanted y'all to understand. I want y'all to understand what this is. Like, stop playing in people's face. You are whole grown adults. You on that gravy train, 187,000 subscribers. You got 187,000 subscribers, and you lied and said a bunch of federal marshals at the courthouse had to come and protect you because you were being attacked by some haggard, deranged freaks in wigs and lashes and dusty, musty, crusty, and busty, and all kind of usty. And they were lunatics and all this thing. I read your thing. I have it. I have a copy. Not the least of which is this picture. Not the least of which is, and I don't like this picture. I don't like how you would defame these women. But I want to show you her other version of the picture. It wasn't enough for her to defame them in one way. Look what she did. Watch the next picture. Okay, I'm about to get off. Look at this next picture. You want to tell me you a woman of God? You did that for somebody? Listen, I've never in my life made found. Let me go look up a demon picture and make that of somebody. I've never in my life, as a woman of God, sought out pictures of demons. Never. Look what she did to them. You want to tell me this doesn't have permanence? You're going to tell me that this is, yes, this scares me too, that a woman of God had, look, the person got an extra arm. Who for arm this? Who for arm is this? This is not the arm for this person. This is the treat arms. You have one arm here, a whole our cup, next arm, and next arm with coffee. This is how nasty. This is nasty and terrifies. Why would somebody post this? Yes. Yes. Terrifying. Why would someone post this? Jesus. And where is all the people caping for her? Oh, she's a woman of God. You crazy? You crazy? Where's God in this? I don't care if it's AI. Why would you seek this out? Why would you do this to somebody? The woman you're talking about, her hair is not that long. Look how she elongated the hair on both of them because she's trying to insinuate wigs. Why are you concerned with somebody's wig? What is somebody's hair choice or how they adorn themselves? What does that have to do with them standing in a line? C-File says BJ has been tormenting people for years. It's how she gets views. I know all these people running around. Oh, she's the sweetest pudding pie. She's just a woman of God. She would never harm a soul. Cut the shit. I watch. And she has a litany of videos. Cut the shenanigans. Ain't she being sued by TriStar and Lou Taylor? What they suing her for? Nothing. She just nice. They suing her because they don't like her pigtails. Like, cut the fucking shenanigans here. Cut it. Okay? Cut it. This is her grift. The gravy train them ran out. She's looking for a new grift. That's why it's going to take months and months so she can continue to drag the story. And as long as you drag it, I'm right there. I don't like it. You need to apologize. You cannot both emulate black girls. Boo. Okay. You can't emulate them and hate them at the same time. That connotes racism. That's cultural appropriation. It's not abbreviation. It's appropriation. While you wrap yourself in your scarf and you, me oh my, cut it. That is way too long. You need to cut it. You need to cut it. You need to stop while you're ahead. You need to stop while you are ahead. What you did is very racist And then you on another platform where, and I really gotta talk to this person, because me and this person have had a great rapport, great interactions. But to be referring to, I had to check on her. You see this wig right here? Nah, man, that's racist. Cause why you pointing out the wig? It's funny that you put the women's faces, but you don't put. There's one woman's face she left off, who's a professor. Another man whose spot she stole and finessed. You didn't put his face up, but you say you got lots of pictures and cameras and video. And where's all them federal marshals? Why you didn't put their pictures up? And Secret Service Sam, who was in the middle and told you to stop and checked you. White man, you ain't put his face up because it kills your chuck wagon narrative. That gravy train, you want a biscuit so you can snap up all that gravy with a biscuit. Get off the chuck wagon. So help me God. I know some of y'all don't understand this chuck wagon reference I'm making. Hold on, talk amongst yourself. Mm-hmm. Let me show y'all about that chuck wagon. Let me just show y'all what I'm talking about, the chuck wagon. I like people to know what I'm referring to. Now, I've went way past the time on here, so I'm about to get off. But let me just show y'all about this chuck wagon.
A dog can get mighty hungry when he doesn't get his chuck wagon, because dogs love the soft meat-like chunks, the brown crunchy bits, the rich broth chuck wagon makes when you add warm water. Serve your dog chuck wagon. Chances are he's already waiting for it.
This commercial break is brought to you by Chuck Wagon. Okay? Don't play with me. Don't play with me. I could see the chuck wagon in my head. Let me stop sharing before it plays that commercial. I could see the chuck wagon rolling down the road in my head. Now, you see how vintage that commercial is, right? That's from the good old 70s and the 80s. Chuck wagon. A dog can get really hungry if he don't get his chuck wagon. Because when it's like Pavlov's dog. When you see that chuck wagon, you instantly know, oh, dog food time. It's time to eat. That's what the chuck wagon represents. Feeding time. Even my witty jabs are very profound. Yes, baby, chuck wagon. When they see the chuck wagon, they know it's time to eat. Gravy train. Ding, 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 ding. I wish I had a bell. I'd ring that shit. Case ended. Chuck wagon gone. You see how I faced that chuck? You see how the chuck wagon came out, went under the table, and then it jumped back into the TV, and the dog was like, wait, chuck wagon. I want some chuck wagon. The chuck wagon is gone. The gravy train is gone. Thank you, Regina. Regina said, you're so funny. Thank you, my love. Margie said, I remember that commercial. That commercial was that's vintage, baby. Pavlov's dog. You know what Pavlov's dog is? Who's not aware of what Pavlov's dog? You saw that tongue wagging, salivating, waiting for that gravy train. Now I know gravy train is a whole nother dog food, but same thing, same difference. Mm-hmm. But this gravy train is over. You see how fast the chuck wagon jumped itself back in that TV? Irony of it being a TV and a chuck wagon. Chuck wagon made a circle like, I'm here, I'm dropping coins. Okay, I'm out of here. Pavlov's dog. Pavlov dog is Psych 101. I told y'all I'm a psychology major. Okay? Your girl is edumacated. I said educated because, since they think we can't read. Why would you say grown women can't read? They can't read. The snideness, the righteous indignation. It's all very toxic. It's a whole anti-black woman trope, and me not like it one Ross. Long as you keep riding this gravy train, I'm going to be there to smack it down. However, Pavlov's dog, that's psychology 101. They wanted to train a dog. They wanted the dog to know when he was going to get feeding time exactly precisely at the time. So they put out some dog food. Then they took the dog and they had the dog come over and eat some dog food. And then they removed the food for a while and didn't give the dog. So the dog came back, it's class and conditioning. Dog came back looking for his food, no food. Like, where my food at? Where the gravy train at? Where is the gravy train? I ain't see it jump out the TV. So then they bing, rang a bell and put the food out. Dog came running, ate some food, did it again. Another time, bing, bing, bang. Dog came running, looking for some food. Got that gravy train. Then they bing, bang, bang, rang the bell, but didn't put no food out. The dog came running, like, where the gravy train at? Bing, bing, bing. So now when that dog instinctively hears a bell, he going straight to the spot for the gravy train. Learned behaviors. I can grift society just as long as I create a narrative. Me, oh my, those haggard wenches, those bitches, those lunatics, those haggard, trusty, dusty, musty, crusty, wig-wearing women. All negative tropes and societal tropes about black women. Attacked little me, oh my. All I did was want to get in so I could fangirl over Mark Agner's Vivolo with my black set and then call it Southern Town. Boo. No, ma'am. No. No. Absolutely. Classical conditioning theory. Thank you. It teaches people, but see, I illustrated Pavlov's dog for a reason, because you've trained your 187,000 fan base of subscribers and followers classical conditioning theory. You ring your gravy train Pavlov dog bell and they all come to your dog whistle. Notice this theme I'm using about a dog, hence the term dog whistles. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And I'm not going to allow you to denigrate grown black women who have created a trusted relationship with all of the people who have been at the courthouse for 8 weeks, and including jury selection process. They created a working relationship with all of the people. One is the designated line holder. That is Diamond. She makes a business. She also has made a line holding business where she sells her spot in the line. I'm sure this comes at great sacrifice. I don't know if she's a mom or wife or whatever, but she has to leave the safety and confines of her domicile to come and stay in the albeit lovely, beautiful, picturesque streets, but filthy streets of New York all night, and sit in a spot so that someone who feels worthy of a place in that line but doesn't within themselves perceive themselves to be able to stay out all night and hold that spot will come and pay them for their service and their time on that line. The running price of line holding is $650 to hold your spot, to sell you a spot. She has created a business out of this so she could take care of her family. Who the F do you think you are, BJ, to pop up on the last day and come Columbus the line and try to run shit? Who you think you are? And then in the midst of it, don't know, you all in the ketchup, all in the mustard, trying to catch up. all up in the business, trying to run ish, center yourself, make yourself main character syndrome, and want to tell these people how this thing run when you just happened upon it. You ain't even have you was too high and mighty to hold your own space in time. You sent your man servant out to do that. Now, what y'all want to do is between yourself. That's between you and him and God, not my business. But you felt yourself so, fancy. What me, oh my, I couldn't possibly sit out there with the squalor and wait in line. You go out there and sit with the squalor. I'll come in the morning. Cut the shenanigans, boo. I keep telling you. I'm going to tell you, as long as you run this gravy train, Pavlov's dog trope about woe is me, I was victimized. As long as you keep trying to run this grift, I'm there. And listen, I'm about to be an empty nester, darling. I have time. I got time anyway, but I got time. So try your best. Rather than you repent, show contrition, apologize to these women, because now you're legally liable. And you still trying to double down. You done sent your man servant out there on the TV, on the good folks YouTube TV today, to be espousing your lies for you. Poor man looked distressed. And I've heard other people say he's a nice guy. You're with Secret Service, Sam say he was really cool, nice. Y'all had conversations, everything. The next day in the cafeteria, he was nice. Everybody said he was nice. He had to tell you to calm down. You refused. This is what people them say, not me. Them that was sitting there while you was disrespecting, saying black people can't read and all kind of thing. These narratives, you ain't gonna get far. And any black women that want to follow your channel while you espouse these nasty, toxic narratives about black women as you appropriate their culture, those are fools. Tell them I said it. In fact, snip this. Take a split this here. What minute count are we at? 4 hours and 5 minutes and 14 seconds. Snip it right here and go show it to your people. I said any black women that will sit under you as you appropriate their culture, denigrate black women who look like them, who themselves have been the victim of a white woman wielding her whiteness in an oppressive manner and causing harm to black people. If they want to sit under you, there is some old, as we say in Trinidad, them some old mother's cunt. That's what they are. They're free to do so. In the great words of Araminta Ross, aka Harriet Tubman, I freed a lot of enslaved people in my time. I would have been able to free thousands more if only they knew they were enslaved. That is not my saying. That is Harriet Tubman, aka Araminta Ross. Okay? Some people don't know they enslaved. Some people are so hooked on that chuck wagon, they just want to sop the gravy up with a biscuit. As long as you run this grift, you better find another grift. You better latch on to another news story. What Britney doing right about now? Where Britney at? What Britney Spears doing? You can't hatch onto that grift? As long as you run this narrative, so help me God, I'm right there. You're inviting me to your show. You are inviting me to your show. And so help me God, you don't want this. You don't. He looked extremely uncomfortable. Not the least of which is sat up there for an exponential amount of time and didn't blink. Huh? I told y'all, I know people that don't blink. That's not natural. It is not natural. The eyes will involuntarily, blinking is an involuntary action. When you can sit there with your eyes bucked out and not blink at all, under duress. It's a sign of under duress. So do with that as you will. I am simply, let me get that, before we leave, let me get that disclaimer. And as the headmaster has said, Nerd Herd, thank you for being here and showing your support. And that means we're about to get out of here. That's that when they flash the lights in the club and say, you ain't got to go home, but you got to get the F out of here. That's the headmaster turning the lights on. Now, y'all get your last drink. Y'all get your last drink. Very robotic. I agree. Morbid Sunshine said, yes, she is absolutely out of order. I'm a spiritual person too. I cannot call it out. She needs to STFU because she has to apologize, but she won't. Oh yeah, you're 100% right, boo. She won't. See, that ego That ego don't want to apologize. C. Fowle said, thank you for speaking out about this. BJ has been a menace for years. Indeed, indubitably. Indubitably. And do I enjoy some of her commentary? Absolutely. But when she out of line, I calls it out. I don't like it. And Kaylee said, the views expressed by the Dopest Nerd are protected by the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. Guys, I thank you so much. We stayed longer than we had. We had an interview, so it dragged the time a little longer. I'm trying to stick to like 2 hours or under for the lives. I appreciate you guys because, y'all know I could talk, honey. I'll go on and on and on. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you chose to be here with us. Desert Druzy said, I was trying hard to stay neutral. Everything about her fiance's video made me feel icked out. As it should. As it should. The man looked under duress. I don't know how you could buck your eyes out so and stay and don't blink. You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of that hard eyes stare like this, sitting for 7 hours powdering your nose. Listen, I ain't saying, I'm just saying. That's what it looked like to me. You don't believe me? Don't take my word for it. I like to cite my sources. Go down that playlist and look. Go down that playlist and look. Go look at the few episodes before the final day. Go down the playlist and go look. And then tell me what you see. Okay? You know me. Cite your sources. But you could have been anywhere in the world, guys, but you came here to be with us. We love you for it. Thank you so much for being with us. Cite your sources in everything that you do. If you are doing something remember what you do, your behavior and your conduct and the things you say have an impact on the people that you're saying it to. If you are saying something and someone is, pay attention to the faces of the people you're interacting with. If somebody's like, and they may perceive themselves to have the inability to speak out, to cry aloud and spare not. But if their body language, that nonverbal communication tells you there's discomfort there, check yourself before you wreck yourself. Because them internet road burns, honey, that road rash you get from the dragging on the internet, baby, it ain't nice. It'll drag you to the white meat. Drag you down to the white meat. Right sounds. I hear what you're saying, brother or sister. If you aren't blinking, you've trained yourself to do it, or it's rugs. I agree. And all of those are tropes. Everybody have a beautiful day. I thank you for being here. I will be back later on today. What time is it? 4:37. I'll be back this evening with a lovely tale. Let's go see what's happening. Because these news days been slow. Baby, that chuck wagon left, honey. These news days is slow, honey. They got like Porky Pig got a new pair of penny loafers on the internet. Like, baby, they desperate for a news day. Ooh, child, it's so funny to me. It is hilarious. But I'm going to go on, get me something to eat, talk to my baby girl, and do a little recon information or research for my afternoon live. And then we will be back. And let me make sure I talked about everything I had on this here thumbnail, because I don't want to leave nothing out. And if I did leave something out, I will discuss it later. Oh, yeah, and Puffy's a liar. Okay, forget that part. Anyway, guys, we have come to the end of another episode of The Dopest Nerd. We appreciate you, Nerd Herd. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you chose to be with us. And we appreciate you and we love you. On the way out, be sure to like. Don't forget to hit the like button. If you have yet to subscribe, if you're luxuriating from the confines of your bed or your couch or you're at work or you're wherever, whip out your phone. Be sure to subscribe, hit the like button so the algorithm knows we're doing something good. Share this with your friends, family, your coworkers. If you got a hard-headed coworker that needs some good loving and training and information, share it with them. Bring them on into the fold. Whatever. For my neurodivergence, I see you. Salute. To my people in the nosebleeds and in the bushes, love you. Salute. Glad you're here. Lord willing, and the creek don't rise tomorrow, please God, or later on, please God, I'll see you all again. I love you all. Shout out to the headmaster, the K-Leg up in the spot, the headmaster moderator up in here running it. Baby, she running this thing like a well-oiled machine, honey. So, and thank you for Secret Service Sam, our esteemed guest, for being here and giving us that tea, honey. That's that good sweet tea. Summertime. Well, y'all like sweet tea. Unsweetened tea for me. I'm not a tea drinker really, but if I drink tea, it's going to be unsweetened. But thank you for Secret Service Sam coming here and giving us the really real and letting us know how it went. Be sure to hit the like button, set it to all, the bell button, set it to all so that you're notified every time we go live. Because so many people say, oh my God, I can't believe I've missed the live. Smash the subscribe button, be sure to like, and listen, tithes and offering when all you go to the church house and all you get all the good information, it has put something in the basket. $THA dopest nerd and $K lig 2 G's. Bye guys, love you all.